Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we're going to do some tarot. So I hope that you are in high spirits. I hope that you are tapped in and really feeling the presence and all that good stuff. It's been an interesting past couple of days for sure. So we've just come out of this 2024 solar and lunar eclipse period. And obviously you know that these things come as a pair. One happens on the new moon, and then one happens 2 weeks later during the full moon. And these often bring some very insightful changes for some, and some disastrous changes for others. And I think that what it has a lot to do with to what degree we are clinging on to things that are obviously unhealthy for us, mentally, physically, spiritually, whatever. But in any case, like I said, I hope that you're one of those people who have a healthy grasp on your life, on how you balance your inner world versus your outer world. I read a very interesting translation of what sanity and insanity means. And one of the translations talked about how insanity is a person who doesn't have a very good harmony between their inner world and their outer world. I'm sure that you know what that would look like. Someone who doesn't have a very good balance of what goes on in here compared to what goes on out there. So, peace to everybody present. Peace to everybody present. So you know how we do this. We're going to start it off with a general reading. And then we're going to go into some specific readings. So if you're somebody who wants a specific reading, you can donate to my Cash App or my PayPal. The link will be pinned in the comments. So let's get started with this general reading for the collective. Those last few comments are ridiculous and hilarious. Alchemy of Life, peace. MC Maestro, peace and greetings. Hanifa Soul, Afua, greetings. Good to see you. Oath, greetings. 014 Shadow, peace. Gerald Sombright, good evening, bro. Jason, greetings, greetings. Cynthia77, peace. Star Lion, what's good? Peace, peace. Your truth, peace. Let's get into it. Nibs Music, peace, my fellow cyclomate. Sunshine Chick, always good to see you. Hard Quark, peace. Got that Fruity Pebbles coffee? Absolutely. Curve, peace and greetings, my brother. Peace and greetings. Let's get this thing going. CV, peace. CV says, yo, I hope your day is going amazing, man. Keep spreading positivity and enjoy your day. Thank you. You too. Oop. Well, there's our first friend that happens to jump out immediately. Ram O, peace, peace. Wild Harmony, peace and greetings. Matthew Watson, peace, my bro. Artemis in Theory, peace and welcome. Volmont. Peace. All right. So, collective reading. Now that we have entered and exited the eclipse season, what's in store for right now? I don't know if any of you all work with Vedic entities, but right now, since just before, I mean, that's a long story, and I've mentioned it before, but just before the first eclipse last month, Lakshmi started coming through very heavy for me and my cousin. So we put up a completely new altar for her, right? We got the big wall hang, and we put up an altar, and we've been adding stuff to it. And yeah, right after the eclipse, we stood in front of it and began channeling very heavily. She began delivering some information. We both practiced Tritaka in that moment on her image, and a lot of really interesting things were coming through. If I could share one of those interesting things, I would most certainly say, make sure that as you are, praying for and hoping for manifesting abundance in your life, make sure that you're focused on that and that only, as opposed to the things that are making you feel like you lack abundance. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you're broke and you're trying to manifest some money, make sure that you have all of your power focused on your symbol for abundance. None of it focused on the fact that you don't have it. If you can make that switch, you certainly allow for the power of whatever that entity is, in this case Lakshmi, to work in your favor at its full power. Renwick Webster, peace and welcome. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into it here. I have a feeling that someone's gonna ask me a question that's going to really bring out some of the rest of the information that I received, because that's usually how it works. Well, let's see how it goes. Anna Molly, peace, my favorite fairy. All right, so right now the moon is in Taurus. The moon is currently in Taurus in its last few miles of Taurus. So let's get that out of the way. We got the sun in Aries and the moon in Taurus. Let's start with these three and see where we go. The first card that jumped out of the deck in regards to a reading for the collective is the King of Wands. And what I'm seeing already is that there has been a disciplining of the fiery energy that has started to come through since Pluto entered Aquarius. What I'm talking about is, since I've been doing these readings for the past few weeks or months or however long it's been, this fiery energy has been really showing itself present amongst a lot of people, particularly a lot of people in this group of ours. Started coming through a lot as the Knight of Wands. So what I'm seeing here is that many of you are at the point now where that fiery, explosive inspiration of energy that has happened around the end of February, beginning of March, that explosive energy is, you're finally starting to hone it, craft it, and you've placed it in a specific direction towards something that you want to see manifest. Right? So this inspiration that you received a couple months ago, you've taken it and you've put it in its right place. That's awesome. That's awesome. So here we have the star. Again, the key word is hope. I say again because that's what I've said in the previous streams. The key word here is hope. And what the hope is that you have successfully been harnessing and balancing these energies that are at play. You've been successfully harnessing and balancing these energies at play, putting them towards their respective places. As you can see, she's pouring some of the water on the land and some of the water back into the water. Understanding that these cards are not to be seen as literal, but as symbolic, the water represents the subconscious mind. So what she's doing here is she's taking these subconscious energies, pouring them through into the conscious mind, which allows for new things to grow, but also kind of mixing up and stirring up the pool of the subconscious so that other aspects that are happening behind the scenes can also start to churn and move. And if you've ever mixed up a bowl of, say, soup that's been sitting for a while, you notice that when you start stirring it up, some of the things at the bottom start to come up to the top. So there's been a harnessing of the energy and a directing of the energy, and a hope that the directing has been going in the right direction. And you've been doing due diligence and fighting off distractions, fighting off obstacles, and standing your ground. Standing your ground. MC Maestro says, King of Wands is on my altar too. Star card, Lakshmi too. Interesting. Anna Molly says, Star card, I noticed the other day she's pouring from clay jars, not the typical cups. Wonder why. So the star card astrologically represents Aquarius specifically, and the Seven of Wands represents Mars in Leo. So we got two fixed signs here, right? The Mars energy, which would relate to this King of Wands, again dealing with this fiery energy. So in this case, this fiery energy again is being placed in the right place. And when I say right place, what I mean is a position where it's going to be most useful and appropriate to you. Mars in alignment with Leo, these are both fire signs. In alignment, it's going to get the most efficient work done. Most efficient work done. Let's continue to see what else comes out. And you can tell, right? You can tell at this point, if you're somebody who is thoroughly versed in how magic works, you understand that there's not a real need to buy some glasses and go outside and stare at the eclipse. Although it can be fun, especially if you've never done it before, right? But, you know, we are dealing with specific entities. In this case, the black sun. The black sun feeds on the empty hope and the dry promises of things that will never come to pass. There's 4 phases of the sun, and the 4th phase of the sun, the black sun, feeds on the hope and the promise of something that will never come to pass. So there's going to be people who are wishing and hoping and waiting and praying for a certain thing, and the black sun feeds on that. It feeds on that, especially the disappointment that arrives when that thing doesn't come to pass. So many people choose to feed this entity, and that's okay, because we live in a parasitic universe where things have to feed upon each other. It's been known for a very long time that during an eclipse, it's probably going to be the most spiritually wise decision to stay inside. But I digress. Relax You Good 11, peace. Relax You Good 11 says, what if your life path is the star card 17.8? Well, being a Aquarius sun and moon, what does it really mean deeply? I can send you some money to go in deep about to help me. Yeah, I could do that, but I mean that's you got to understand, you are all these things. You're all the cards. You're all the numbers. The life path stuff. It is used as a guide to help you figure out specific answers at the time. But once you get to a certain level, you can start to realize and see that you are all these things. But I mean, to give you a more specific answer, perhaps we could do that. Maybe I could give you a reading or something like that. So let's continue here. We've got this focused energy that was wild and undirected a few months ago, but over the course of the last 2 months, you've been putting it in a direction that is useful and appropriate to you. You've been getting new ideas coming up from the subconscious. You've been facing off against certain obstacles, certain distractions. Speaking of the subconscious mind, here we have the High Priestess, represented by the moon. Now, the High Priestess is that veil between the inner world and the outer world. She is the veil that separates the dream from waking life. She is the veil that separates the conscious from the subconscious. So that's a huge theme with what's going on right now, this fiery energy, this fiery inspiration. It isn't simply you just being excited to get up and go out and do stuff. What this fiery inspiration is, as I mentioned before, is a stirring up of the unconscious, right? And if you get a stirring up of the unconscious, this is coming from a place that is way deeper than just ego. Straight Panther, peace. Kevros SS God, peace. When you get a subconscious stirring, right? This is influence at its most pure state. See, if you get influence from the conscious level, from the ego level, what's happening is that it's mixed. It's been tampered with. It's not pure. It's conditioned. It's going to come with other motives mixed in with it. But when you get impulse from the subconscious level, you're dealing with raw emotion, raw energy. Peace. Society Ejects. Society Ejects says, yo, I've been waking up every fucking day at 2 o'clock a.m. and staying up till like maybe 5 in the morning studying camera and Akashic. Perfect, man, perfect. And see, that's exactly what I mean. With this subconscious fire that's been stirring up over the past couple of months, it's up to you to take it and shape it and form it and put it in the direction that's going to most benefit you. Like I said, this represents Mars in Leo. Mars is taking that energy and directing it. Leo represents the heart, also represents the ego, not in the negative way, but ego as far as who you are as a person, and you standing in the center of your world. So using that passionate Mars energy and applying it to you being in the center of your world, see how he's in the center of the attention of all these sticks poking at him, yet he still stands his ground. That's what I mean. If it for you comes out as taking this inspiration and directing it towards your study and getting a specific skill developed within yourself, that's exactly what these cards read. And then we have this High Priestess, which represents that this inspiration is coming from a place that's not just, oh, you saw somebody else do it, now you want to do it. This is coming from a place that we could even say is very close to the soul level. Because the skills that are being developed now, you're going to be able to utilize as tools to continue this process of exchange between the conscious and the subconscious. Now, Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords. This is going to bring an end to certain relationships in your life. Not necessarily people, but relationships to things. Some of you might be dealing with addictions. Some of you might be dealing with certain things in your atmosphere that you know don't belong there. Whether it's an unhealthy relationship to food, whether it's an unhealthy relationship to pornography, substance abuse, whatever. There's some things that are going to have to come to an end because of this. We can say that your spiritual energy, it's not in a number, right? It's not like a power level from Dragon Ball Z. It's more in a percentage, right? You can be at 100%, 50%, whatever percent. As your percentage is shifting, as far as what you are aligning your energies to do for you, as that percentage is shifting, some of these other things, even if it's an unhealthy addiction to anger or drama or gossip, right? There's some things that because the percentage of your spiritual energy is being shifted, the percentage of where your prana is being allocated to, because that is changing and shifting, there are some behavioral patterns that must be adjusted, and you can feel it. If you don't, those unhealthy patterns are going to be battling with what you're trying to create right now. Some of you have decided to give up certain things, like say smoking, drinking, or whatever, within these past couple of months. Well, that's part of the rebalancing of this energy. You have to let go of something to make room for something else. Let me know if anybody's feeling this so far. Let me know if anybody's feeling this so far. Ultra Instinct 9. Peace, bro. Peace. Lolly S. Peace. Rainwater. Peace, peace. Anna Molly says, 9 of Swords has a real too much drama on the brain feeling to me. Too many thoughts fighting for center. Yes. Yes. That's why the word drama really came to my mind. I think that, well, for some, this may manifest as substance abuse or some other type of addiction. I think for a lot of us, me included, this has to do with making sure that your mind is focused entirely on what you're building and not the things that you're complaining about, basically. You at this point in the game, you no longer have the time or the energy to spend on complaining or sending negative thoughts or being upset about this, that, or a third. Like I mentioned with the channeling with Lakshmi that I had the other day, you've got to start to focus all of your energy on what you're trying to manifest and none of your energy on what you're trying to get away from or what you're trying to remove. You see how that works? You've got one direction that you can focus your conscious energy on. And if you're focusing on the problem, you're expanding the problem. The Sange de Côte, peace, peace. B Fields, peace. Dub VT, peace, peace. Cool. So it looks like a lot of people in the chat are vibing with this right now. That's awesome. That's awesome. JD Temple, peace. Useless Familiar, peace, peace. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Ace, peace and greetings. All right, let's keep going. I think there's about 1 or 2 more that I should pull to complete this. 1 or 2 more to complete this. IDKDKDF, peace. IDKDKDF says, yep, I recorded a conversation with myself about everything you're mentioning. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Curve says, like, this is super accurate. Been on main character energy, but I got distracted with YouTube content at times. Yeah, and it happens. GG Supreme, peace. Jasmine Bond, good to see you, peace. Patchwork, peace and greetings. I think that there's about 2 more that I want to pull to really complete this. So to catch you up, those of you who might have just joined, a lot of that fiery, inspirational, subconscious energy that has been moving and growing within the past 2 months, at this point in the game, you've started to take that energy, hone it, master it, and point it in a specific direction, right? And what's really going on behind the scenes is that you are circulating and siphoning and redistributing a lot of this subconscious influence from the shadow of the self into the light of the self, from your subconscious mind to your ego, to your personality, to your waking life. And in doing so, you find that you might be somewhat battling against other types of distractions, other things that might be aiming to tear you down, but you're in a very good position to stand firm, to continue to develop these new skills that you're working on, this new manifestation that you're working on, whatever it is for you. Now, this is a big deal, right? This is actually coming from a very deep level of the self, not from the ego or the conscious level, the 5 senses, likes, dislikes, memory, not from any of that. This is coming from a very deep place. Now, because this stirring and this shifting is happening, you're going to have to let go of some things in order to allow this manifestation to fully occur. Some of the things that are going to have to be let go is this addiction to drama, or whatever is on your mind that's causing you dis-ease, whatever's on your mind that's causing you to feel unbalanced, unhappy. So it could manifest as anger, drama, gossip, actual drugs and alcohol, addictions of all types. There might be something that you have allowed yourself to complain about and focus on. It's time to let that go. It's time to let that go, because you can't afford to do that right now if what you want to afford is the full manifestation of what you've been working on. So check this out. 10, this represents an end result. This is the final culmination of this particular work. And look at how beautiful this card is. Look at how beautiful this card is. The 10 of Cups, this represents Mars and Pisces. So before we've got Mars and Leo, where this focused, passionate energy is directed and channeled through yourself. And as Curve said, this is main character energy, right? The end result here is that this drive and this focus is now being placed towards Pisces, which is the dream. You focused your energy on the dream, and now it's manifesting. Instead of focusing your energy on the pain, you focused on the dream. And it's going to be manifesting here very soon. Now this 9, yeah, really interesting here. So there's a lot of Mars energy. This 9 of Swords is actually Mars and Gemini. I forgot to point that out. So we got Mars and Gemini, Mars and Leo, and we got Mars and Pisces. So look, this is the message right here. Think about what Mars represents. Go ahead and think about what Mars energy represents. This is that drive. This is that typically masculine energy, and that doesn't mean for men. That means that energy that you get up off your ass and you go do that thing. This is the energy of get up and go do that thing. Take action, essentially. So here we have Mars directed at Leo. I already talked about that, right? That's you placing it towards yourself and using yourself as the vessel in the channel to get shit done. Now here is Mars and Gemini, right? And Gemini being an air sign, also a sign that deals with two directions. When you take that energy and you split it off in two directions, it's agonizing, right? Because you're not all there, you're scattered, it's being diffused. Mars and Gemini is not such a good thing. So that same focus and drive that you could be putting towards yourself, like I said, you can't afford to be putting it towards your dream and your problems at the same time. You can't serve two masters, only one. As long as you try to balance this Mars energy being pushed in two completely opposite directions, you're going to do nothing but burn yourself out. Now check this out, Mars and Pisces, right? This is a placement of Mars where there is a very beneficial, a very useful and appropriate outcome. The dream is manifested because you're working on the dream. You're putting your energy toward the dream. I love how this shit connects. See, this is why I tried to study the astrological correspondence between these cards. So let's do one more. This is the 5 of Wands. This is another Leo card. This is actually Saturn and Leo. So I think it's very clear. Saturn, what does Saturn represent? Before I say, I want you to think, what does Saturn represent? So think about Saturn in the realm of Wands. The wands are happening on a spiritual level. The Science Decode says structural support. I would say discipline. I would say gravity. Ultra Instinct says Saturn is Judge Dredd. Useless Familiar says Saturn is restriction, discipline. Right? So All that is happening here in the realm of Leo. So all those things that you said as far as discipline and structure, all that's happening in Leo. So remember also, Mars was happening in Leo. And we talked about what that means. What happens with Saturn in Leo? We're looking at a structuring, a building up, a disciplining of the self, of the personality, of who you are. You're creating yourself into a new character, right? You're focusing this inspirational energy towards what you're trying to accomplish and manifest. You talked about it before, you dreamed about it, you thought about it, but now you're actually doing it. Today, right now in this season, you're actually doing it. That's what makes this different. And because you're doing it, you're naturally going to have to shave some parts away, the parts that don't fit. You're going to have to slice them off. That's literally what was already talked about with this card. So it's very clear what's happening with this particular reading of the collective right now. It's very clear what's happening. This fiery inspiration that has been, I want to say gifted, but not even gifted. It was just time for it to unlock. This fiery energy that has unlocked in most of us who are present with this video right now, that fiery energy that has unlocked, those of us who have taken action in the past couple of months, we begin to hone it and sharpen it and shape it and transform it from raw energy into skills that can serve us, into skills that add to us. Even if that is just working on your mind and your emotions, right? Either way, it's creating yourself into the ideal person that you want to be. And at the same time, as you build yourself, there are parts that you are taking away, that you're cutting off, slicing away, right? And that's also part of the shaping part of the personality, right? The Mars in Leo, the Saturn in Leo. All this is wonderful, beautiful stuff, because at the end of the day, this Mars in Pisces, you're sending yourself towards your dream reality. That's what you're doing. Excellent work. Excellent work. J. Belthail, peace. Art Quark says a lot of heavy Mars influence here. Not surprising with all the things happening in Aries currently. Mars and Saturn are also conjunct right now in Pisces. Wow. I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. So Mars, oh my God, look at this. You can't even make this shit up. Mars and Saturn are conjunct right now in Pisces. That's the same thing as the eclipse, right? The moon and the sun were conjunct during the eclipse. Well, that's happening with Mars and Saturn. Check this out. See, just like the eclipse right here, this was the moon. Whoop, that's not it. This is it up here. The moon conjunct with the sun, that was on the eclipse. So what just happened not long ago, which is about maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, the sun conjunct Saturn. Excuse me, Mars conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So look at what we've got now. We've got this Mars, we've got this Saturn, we've got the Saturn in Pisces. Boom. Boom. Build up yourself, discipline yourself, and expect the dream to come into fruition. You can expect it. If you've been doing the work, you can expect it. That's the message of the eclipse. And you know that already, which is why you've started this whole process in the first place, which is why you've been taking advantage of this energy and using it, because you know this already. I'm just here to remind you. I'm here to confirm what you already know. Curve says, oh shit, I forgot I'm going through my Saturn return. Ultra Instinct says, reading my life like a book. Scorpio don't like people knowing me too well. Yeah, man. There are no secrets in this world. Not to those who can see. With eyes to see. Awesome. This is good news. This is good news. Did you see that? There was like 300 viewers present. I think that has got to be the highest number of, damn, there we go, 322. Now that's the highest that I've ever had in a live stream at one time. Moving on up in the world. Next, I'm gonna be on Oprah. No back shots. All right. I think we're good. I think we're good. How do you feel about that? How do y'all feel about that? Super Savvy, peace and welcome. Fat Tony, peace to you, peace. Glad to see you in it. Spread Sunshine Chick says, and no bots, right? I ain't seen one yet. Super Savvy says, I want to see you on Black Magic 369. I don't know. I don't know if they'll have me. If they do, that'd be cool, but I won't hold my breath. DF says on Oprah talking about the unmanifest. Man. Thank you, Patchwork. Routes says, yo, Trav, the day after the eclipse, a huge thunderstorm happened. What happened with you guys' eclipse? Like, was it all it was hyped up to be? Was it all it was hyped up to be? Did we have the rapture happen? Did aliens come down? I might have missed it. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Maybe it did happen and I just wasn't aware of it. Maybe I just wasn't aware of it. Curve says, how the fuck you better than people doing readings for 10 years? Cause man, it's the Kabbalistic stuff. I'm telling you, if you start to learn it through the Kabbalah, which is the way that most of these the traditional tarot that we know of, since it's all based on that anyways, I mean, you might as well learn it that way. That would be my answer. It literally is a science if you learn the science to it. It's not just, oh, you know, anything goes. That's what I've been saying, man. Straight Panther says it was partial here. My intuition is lighting up. Yeah, that's one thing I can say is happening with me. Like, again, over the past, since maybe February or so, my psychic ability, my ability to be able to kind of perceive and sense things. Look, I'll tell you this. If you're doing your work, you should be very psychic in your home. Like, you should be able to tell when things shift energetically in your own home. If nowhere else, you at least should be psychic in your home. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because if that's the place that you spend the most of your time, if that's the place that you're most vulnerable and most open, you should at least be the most psychic in your home. Every now and then you should be able to tell when somebody pulls up to your house. Every now and then you should be able to tell when the mail lady drops off or the mailman drops off the mail. You should be able to just like have an intuition to look outside and see the mail person pulling off. Like, that type of shit should be happening. Like, that should start to be like the basic commonplace stuff. Like, if you live with other folks, you should be able to just know that so-and-so's about to come back from a grocery shopping trip. Or hell, that someone's about to walk into the door. Renwick Webster says, this is revealing so much to me. This message is truly resonating in my soul right now. So powerful. Thank you, Travis. Thank you. Thank you for opening yourself to see yourself. Ultra Instinct says, what's tripping on no eclipse? I want to know what's aligning in me. Facts. Facts. Ardquark says, people see Mars and Saturn as terrible, but with more exposure to them, they can be great motivators if you transmute that energy into something useful. Absolutely, I agree with that. If you're someone who isn't keen on taking accountability for yourself, then of course Saturn is going to be scary. Robert Svoboda wrote a very insightful book about Saturn. Look up Svoboda, S-V-O-B-O-D-A, and the word Saturn on Amazon. The book title will come up. I didn't finish it myself, but hell, just the first couple of chapters are eye-opening. Ruffs off of me says, I'll be predicting random shit lately in silly ways that feel like teasing at the fact I could do something special right now. Yeah, like, I know that I've been doing a lot of work, but at the same time, I don't think it's just me. Like, I think that there is something really moving and changing in the collective, at least those who are prepared to be moved and changed. I know that there's a lot more people who are resisting this movement and change. Kevrose SS God says, predicting other drivers' moves before they do it. Right. Ralph says, this reading isn't even for me, but the cards resonate. Yeah, it was for you. This was a collective reading. Jasmine Bond says, I've been led to learn how to play some new instruments recently. I'm creating my own music now, and I definitely have felt the shift since the end of January. It's wonderful moving forward. Thanks. Yes, that's awesome. That's what I'm talking about. There has been a fiery energy that happened around the end of February or so that sparked up in a lot of people. Now, most people are just going to let it burn out, right, or burn it out of themselves. But those of us who are actually doing this work intuitively and instinctively knew to kind of pick something to develop within ourselves and apply that energy towards that. Thank you, MC Maestro. The Greatness of Saturn by Robert Svoboda. Ralt says, at an art convention, I kept reading the speaker's mind, saying things 1 second before he meant to, and he mentioned it. It works like that, I'm telling you. If you're open to it, if you've been working on it, psychic development has been going, it's almost been working on its own, just expanding. All right, so here we are. I have caught up to the comments now. Anna Molly says, yo, early January, I woke up middle of the night and heard something say the polarity has switched. Oh, it has indeed. It has indeed. Oh. God, I got 0 notifications. I had no idea all of you wanted a reading, and nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. All right, holy Cal, let me just take a list here so I can get everybody in order. I didn't get a single notification. That is wild. I'm sitting here running my mouth. That is funny. All right, I'm gonna make a list of everybody. I'm sitting here talking about psychic ability, and I didn't notice that all these people just sent me money for a reading. That is funny. All right, I'm gonna make a list. Give me a second. I didn't get a single notification. That's funny. Route says, LOL, maybe you were meant to run your mouth and that's why the notifications silenced themselves. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. So, Linda, you're up first. Just go ahead and send me your sun and your you're a Gemini, if I'm not mistaken. Send me your sun, your moon, and your ascendant. You're first. All right. Here we go. Oakley dokley. So I believe that is everybody. So we're going to start with Gemini, Cancer, Scorpio. Gemini, Cancer, Scorpio. Gemini, Cancer, Scorpio. All right. Get to it. So Linda, did you want to go with a general reading or did you have a specific question for yourself? Damn, the trolls come exactly when I step away. That's funny. Maestro says, I'm done with the bands. I'm gonna be roasting from here on out. In a way, it's a little bit more fun, honestly. Ardquark says, LOL MC, Gibera not only slices, but burns as well. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, so let's go with the general. Alchemy Gold, peace. IDKDKDF says, does anyone utilize the empty signs or houses of their astro chart with their magical practice? That's something to consider. From what I know, at least the empty houses colors the overall feel and vibe for what's happening in that particular sector of life. So I mean, they're empty of planets, but like they're not meaningless. All right, so let's go for this general reading. Gemini, the best sign in the zodiac. The most underrated sign. Some would say the most talented, perhaps the most beautiful. I mean, Leos are pretty good looking as well, but they're not Gemini. Oh, okay. So we have somebody popping out. The first one that jumps out at us. Another two have jumped out. Let's start with these three and see what the message is for us, Linda. So, starting out, we've got the Five of Cups. Now, astrologically, we're dealing again with Mars. I think that Mars might be a heavy energy right now. Mars in Scorpio. So, as it looks, there have been losses, there have been gains. The meaning that comes to mind for me when I see this card is that a large part of the focus is placed on those losses, which is entirely the easiest option, right? To focus on what you lost because that hurts the most. But let's see what else we have here. Wheel of Fortune. We're dealing with straight up Jupiter energy, expansion. Expansion, and as far as I'm concerned, an inner evolution, right? An inner alchemy. Because this card dealing with Jupiter does mean expansion, but in specific, we're talking about an expansion of consciousness. We've got the subconscious influences down below, and we've got the mastered self at the top, and the wheel spins. This can also be seen as reincarnation. But essentially, there comes a point in time where this wheel kind of stops in a state of balance, in a state of harmony between, we could say, the reptile brain, the animal brain, and the mastered self. This card facing away from this card of evolution, one thing that I'm seeing is perhaps on your spiritual journey, you are making progress, you are moving forward, but there are some things that you've had to let go of, you had to cut off, and in a way, you haven't fully let go of those things. Even though you might have cut them off in the physical, you haven't cut them off emotionally. Let me know how that sounds to you so far. You are making moves, you are doing the work, you are evolving internally, but it seems as if there are some things that you've had to let go of, and you did the cutting off, but emotionally you're still connected. So, Linda, continuing on, we've got the Moon card. Now, the Moon card definitely paints a picture of things not being as they seem. In fact, it paints a picture of things changing very rapidly in a cyclical motion, not random chaotic change, but expected change. You know that the moon is going to be full, and 2 weeks later it's going to be new. So with this inner work that's going on right now, you're definitely focusing a portion of your attention on ties that had to be cut. But perhaps you're overlooking the fact that change is necessary, and maybe, just maybe, the thing that you're privately mourning, perhaps it isn't exactly a loss. Let's go a little bit deeper. The Nine of Wands. So when I see this card, I typically think of somebody who has been through the battle, but they're still standing. Somebody who has faced their certain share of, you know, being knocked around, but they're still here. When we deal with the Nine of Wands, we're dealing with the moon in Sagittarius, right? So here we are again with the moon. There are changes. There are battles that are lost, battles that are won. But the victor is the one who is continuing to persevere despite the outside conditions. Continuing to persevere despite the outside conditions. While you're mourning what you lost, or while you're fixated on the things that may have escaped you, you're forgetting that there are still at least 2 on your side, 2 out of those 5. And it just might be that you didn't need these at all. One more. Knight of Wands. There's that inspiration, there's that fiery energy. Now, oftentimes this can be an actual person who is very inspirational to you, an actual person who has entered your life and gives you a sense of renewed passion, right? Someone who inspires you to actually be your best self, to do more. You have help on your side. You have help on your side. Despite what you lost, despite what hurts, we're in this game of change. Things are constantly moving. Up, down, left, and right, constantly moving. You remain. That's the thing. Despite the shit that had to be cut out of the picture, you're still standing. And in fact, perhaps those things that have been moved out of the picture have been to make room for something or someone new. For something or someone new. Usually these court cards, the king, the queen, the knight, of the page, oftentimes they represent people. But if not people, then they represent a quality of yourself. You would know best as far as the specific of if this is actually a person or this is you being renewed. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, you're still standing. Those things that you lost, maybe it's time to release those emotions so that you can allow for the change to continue. Flow with the change. Flow with the change. Let me know how that sounds to you. Let me know if that was accurate to your situation. Niru, peace, peace. Kai El, the God, peace, peace. Good to see you. Metaphysical Osama K, peace, peace. Since we're going in on these readings tonight, you know I had to grab this ice cold monster. No room temperature, ice cold. The can is sweating. Linda says, yes, this is exactly how I've been feeling. And with the eclipse, I knew I need to redirect back into myself and what I'm working on. Awesome, awesome. Well, that's good. I have a feeling, as us Geminis usually do, you know the answer. You know what to do. Sometimes we literally need to hear it from someone else. We need to have those inner conversations, those inner dialogues echoed out loud. So I hope that this was a good reminder for you. Linda says the message at the beginning also resonated. Focus on what I want and not what I don't want. Facts, facts. That's what Lakshmi told me. I'ma listen. Awesome, awesome. All right. Mac Q, are you with me? Mac Q. Thank you, Linda. Mac Q, if you're with me, let me know your sun, your moon, and your rising. Let me know your sun, your moon, and your rising. And if Mac Q is not present, Nibs Music, you're up next. So Mac Q, let me know where you at. Oh yeah. Mac Q, are you with me? Mac Q, are you with me? Okay, so we got Aries, Virgo, 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 Virgo. Aries Sun, Virgo Moon, Virgo Rising. Okay. Did you have a general question or was there a specific one? I've been practicing so much with my Rider White, but perhaps I might pull out the Hermetic or the ceremonial. We'll see. Okay. Thank you for verifying that 014 shadow, because I was a bit weary at first, but I understood. Matthew Watson says that Gemini reading was on point. Yeah, it was. For me too. Shadow says mine is job related. Seems that some stuff is holding me back. Okay. All right. Can you put that in question format? Or is this general about job? Is there a question about it, or is this just general about job related? I mean, you can leave it vague if you want. That's fine. You can leave it vague if you want. Nibs, you're up next if you're still here. Nibs. All right, so let's do it. Let's do it. Beginning, middle, end. Let's see how this goes. All right, so since we're gonna leave it vague, you just let me know if I'm on the right track. I need to adjust this light so it's not blinding on the cards like that. Just like I thought, they were in the same spot, in need of some desperate help. How many of y'all watched the Thong Song music video after Saturday night's reading? I forgot about how much effort they put into that thing. Yeah! When he came back with that hard yeah. All right, so to begin, hey, this is a good sign. This is a good sign. Well, I mean, I guess depending on what your question is, but we've got the 10 of Pentacles. Now, as I said before, the 10s typically represent the end of a situation. In this case, this is Mercury in Virgo. This is Mercury in Virgo. Now, if you know anything about astrology, I'm pretty sure that Mercury rules Virgo. In fact, I'm absolutely certain that Mercury rules Virgo. So everything's in its right place here. That's how we're kicking this off. This is the end result of a physical manifestation. Everything has fallen into place. This is the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new one established upon this cycle. Now, of course, the correspondences with Pentacles have to do with material things, right? Material things. So it could be wealth. It could also be things that have been worked for. Where else are we going with this? Wonderful. We have the 3 of Cups. Now, I'm already seeing a pattern here because the 3 of Cups is ruled by Mercury in Cancer. Lots of Mercury here. Now, when you think about Mercury in Cancer, Mercury has to do with the mind, the quickness of thoughts and communication. Cancer being a water sign, dealing with, I guess we could say, communion with other people, right? Cancer is a very much a relational sign. Cancer feels best when with a group of trusted and cared for people. I mean, we all do, but Cancer especially, being the type of water sign Cancer is. So we've got the end result of a cycle of things worked for, and we have something in the beginning stages. With this being a 3, this also represents a beginning stage, something that is set into motion now, and I want to say based off of this card. In any case, this is a celebration. And what kind of party is there without there being a place to party and someone to supply the party treatments, so to speak? In other words, a foundation has been set, and it's a pretty stable foundation. Now celebration is taking place here. Even better, we've got the 9 of Cups. And the 9 of Cups represents Jupiter in Pisces. So we're dealing with the expansion. And I say Pisces, the key word for me in Pisces is the dream, an expansion of the dream. So look, we've got a stable foundation that was worked hard for. Now we have the beginning of something that can be enjoyed. Something that can be enjoyed in peace. And that's not the end. There's more. There's more coming. Jupiter in Pisces, the expansion of the dream. So whatever it is that you have started, whatever you have initiated here based off of whatever this material cycle that has just ended was, it's looking extremely well. It's looking extremely well. Let me know how we're going so far. Let me know if this relates to you so far. Okay, you're on point so far. Good. Let me know how that sounds. Honestly, I get a sense of that really being all there is to it. 014 Shadow says, Trav, you're on point. Got a good opportunity that's possible will come about. Okay. Yeah, as the energy stand, this is the best foundation to build this off of. And it looks like you're going to be able to celebrate very soon. Like I said, this is the beginning stages. 2s, 3s, and 4s. Those are the beginning stages. 10s, that's the end stage. 9, that's the end stage. This is the end of a cycle, the beginning of a new one that's going to end rather nicely for you. I'll pull one more just to kind of get a sense of balance. Boom. Look at that. I got my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Look at the pentacles in relation to this guy. Now, if the 2s represent the beginning, if the 2s and 3s represent the beginning, if the 9s and the 10s represent the end, then what do you think the 4s and 5s represent? Nope, excuse me. This is a 4. So 4 is still in the beginning stage, but it's moving into a solid stage. So this is still in a beginning stage. This is something that's still in progress, in motion. And this is going to be the Sun in Capricorn. The Sun in Capricorn. Abundance, man. Abundance. All around. For a job-related question, these are some pretty good cards. These are some damn good cards. Like I said, I get the feeling that this is case closed. I don't need to pull anymore. Ultra Instinct says feet, heart, head. Yes. So look, movement throughout the world, actions throughout the world, and thoughts on the mind. Absolutely. Asia says Capricorn knows money well. Right. That's why this is such a perfectly placed card. I think you're good to go, brother. I don't need to pull another one. MC Maestro says Reverend Ike ass card, right? Okay, okay. Nibs, my fellow cyclomate, are you present and accounted for? Papa Flan, peace. Nibs, I'm extending an no, not even gonna say it. Lance Benefield, peace. Starline says abundance, a boon dance, money dance. Hell yeah. Nibs, let me know. If Nibs isn't here just yet, Cynthia, you're next. Cynthia. Papa Flan, if you want a reading, you know, send the cash app and let me know your sun, your moon, and your rising. Nibs, going once, going twice. Nibs. If not Nibs, we'll catch you whenever you come back. As I pop open this monster. Woo! Woo! Ric Flair in this bitch. Right foot creep. Right foot creep. Hey, check this out. This is a pretty cool tarot book to get if you want to learn about tarot. Yeah, check this out. The author is Elizabeth Hazel. Yeah, look into it if you care. Take your readings to the next level. It's some advanced stuff. I'm still pouring through it. But, yeah. It's one of those that every time I read it, I have to actually stop and let it sink in. It's not like you just blaze through it. Okay, Papa Flan says, gotcha, sending now. Excellent, excellent. Got a couple people on the list before you, but I'll get to you. All right, I don't see Nibs. I guess Nibs will come back. Cynthia, give me your sun, your moon, and your rising sign. And let me know if you have a specific question or if you'd like a general reading for what's going on with you. So we can do that. We can do that. Whoa. Whoa, right, yeah. Your thighs, you need. Your breast, you need. Baby. I like the way. Dun dun dun. Said I like the way you move that thing. I see your body. All right, Cynthia, let me get your sun, your moon, and your rising. Fat Tony says, put me on game how you find the sun and moon. So it helps the best if you know what time you were born, but you can just go to Google and type in natal chart. That's Natal, natal chart. When you type in natal chart, it'll take you to a website. I believe it's, it'll be like Astro something. It'll say free birth chart basically. But if you put in the date, the time, and the city you were born in, it'll show you where the sun was and where the moon was when you were born. And it'll also say ASC, which is ascendant. So check that out. Donna, 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 Donna. Okay, so who's up next on the list? We got Cynthia, and Cynthia just gave. After Cynthia, would be Crystal, and Crystal already gave me her top 3. Crystal's after Cynthia. Then after Crystal would be Stray. Donna, Donna. Okay, Relax You Good says, I'm trying to see where I'm at on the list for Psy. Okay, let me go check. Meanwhile, we've got Sun in Gemini, Moon in Taurus, and Aquarius rising. Okay, thank you, Artemis in Theory. I got Crystal as well. Crystal will be next. Artemis in Theory says, my girlfriend Crystal, Scorpio, Leo, Scorpio, sent you a cash up for reading. She's with a friend, but right now, but wanted me to ask to relay the subject she's curious about. Okay, cool, cool, cool. We can certainly do that. All right. Sai and Papa, maybe we can say realistically 45 minutes from now, if you're asking about time frame. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 people, 5 people before you. All right, so let's get started. Cynthia, we're gonna do Sun in Gemini, Moon in Taurus, Aquarius rising. All right, and this is a general. So, focus for me, Cynthia. Let's clear your mind and allow your subconscious to provide the necessary image. And that's all we need. That's all we need. That's all you need on your end. I'll do the rest on mine. Let's see what we have here. So to begin, we've got the 3 of Swords. The 3 of Swords is represented by Saturn in Libra. And this can be seen as heartbreak of some type. And it's karmically done in the spirit of growth. There has been a strict judgment made. Now, whether it was on your part or the part of someone else, I don't know. But it seems like because of that strict judgment, someone or something very dear to you had to go its separate way. Usually this deals with matters of love of a person, but this can also be, like, say, a pet or a particular object that was very important to you. Something has now been sliced off. And as I said, not necessarily out of malice or out of bad luck or anything like that, but mostly out of long-term growth. Let's continue. Okay, looks like I'm on point so far. Eight of Pentacles. Now, the Eight of Pentacles is a card that has, again, it's ruled by Saturn. Excuse me, no. This is the sun. The sun in Virgo. Okay, so that deals with hard work, industriousness. So it looks like there has been something you've been developing, something you've been working on, something that you've been putting your effort and your time towards. And this is something that you can expect to pay off in the future. It might not be paying off right now, but it's definitely something that you have the hopes that this is going to be able to take care of you in some way, shape, or form. And it may be, because I'm looking that, you know, the character on the card is facing away from this card. It very well may be that to keep your mind off of this loss, you're putting all of your focus on what you're working on. Let me know how that sounds so far. Next, we have the Queen of Swords. And this could potentially be you, because the court cards generally represent a specific individual. But the Queen of Swords represents having developed a certain sense of maturity in that you're able to be a bit more reflective, a bit more introspective on your thoughts. You're able to analyze what's going on in your head. Now that's important because some people just kind of just act on impulse. They just kind of do, especially people who are very much immature in their soul development. They kind of just do stuff and think about it later. It looks like you're developing this quality of spiritual maturity where you're able to really reflect on yourself, to analyze your thoughts and maybe track where they're coming from. And why did I think that? Why do I feel this way? As opposed to just acting on impulse. It looks like you're really developing mental, spiritual maturity. Again, she's facing away from this card. So it seems as if both this hard work towards a skill and both this new maturity of being able to reflect on yourself kind of stemmed from this loss, kind of stemmed from this heartache. As I said in the very beginning, I believe that this, whatever situation this was that happened, was done in the spirit of discipline and growth so that you could actually get to this point. Let's pull a little bit more. Page of Pentacles. Page of Pentacles. So it seems that you may have started some new thing, maybe a new job. Maybe you have become like an apprentice in something, a student in something, maybe school. It seems like you may have taken a new step. Or it could be that you may have maybe hired a new assistant or hired someone to help you. Let me know which one of those it may have been for you. Cynthia says, I'm understanding it was needed. Yes. You know, and all the events of our lives are. Okay, Cynthia says, taking a new step. All right, taking a new step. And let's see what comes of this. And just notice again, all three of these cards are facing away from this heartbreak. So it looks like that was a pretty important event, whatever it was. It seems like it was a pretty important event that happened. And I can go ahead and say that, you know, that's a wonderful thing. I'm proud of you for turning this into something beneficial to you, something useful and appropriate. Now, it seems as if you have taken a new step in your life, as you just mentioned. And the thing to consider here is that you want to make sure that you really are developing this ability to reflect upon yourself and your thoughts, because there may be a risk that you can get lost chasing illusions and chasing dreams and chasing things that may not actually feed your spirit. See, if you've taken a new step in a new direction, you've taken on the role of a student, essentially a child. So there's a lot of things that you may not be aware of. So to keep yourself safe in that position, you want to be sure that you are analyzing, just like this Queen of Swords, analyzing why you choose to do what you do, because you don't want to be led astray, you don't want to be manipulated, and you don't want to manipulate yourself into making the wrong choice. So notice how this character has all of these different options in front of him. The problem is, as the story goes, he doesn't actually choose anything. He has analysis paralysis, as us Gemini often do. Surrounded with so many different options, he actually doesn't make a decision. Don't let that be you. Don't let that be you. And don't go chasing one of the choices that you feel like is just going to make you feel good for the moment. Especially if you're analyzing your thought process and analyzing, why am I thinking this? Why am I feeling this? In staying aware of yourself, you protect yourself from walking down a path that isn't good for you. And the Seven of Cups is Venus and Scorpio. Venus and Scorpio. Oftentimes Venus can get taken advantage of by Scorpio. So to protect yourself, and again, all of these cards are facing away from this Three of Hearts. Very interesting, very interesting. Make sure that you're actually walking in a new direction and not running from a pain. I think that's another key message here as well. Let me know how this sounds to you. MC Maestro, I wonder what game that is. MC Maestro says move, but make sure it's vertical and not horizontal. Cynthia says yes. Heart. Okay. Okay. So I think that's the message for you here based on this reading, Cynthia. Make sure that, yes, stay focused on building your skill. Yes, continue in this new direction. And also continue reflecting on your thought process. In fact, don't ever stop doing that. Because there will be new choices presented to you. There will be new choices presented to you. And you got to make sure that A, you don't freeze, and B, you don't pick something that is caused by you running from pain. Remember yourself and remember why you're doing this. Stay focused on the reality that you're trying to create, not on the one that you're trying to leave. Okay. All right. How we doing? How we doing? How are we doing? Artemis in theory, you're up next by proxy. Ooh, MC Maestro says that game also introduced me to the Order of the Dragon from that blue book. I remember that one. Remember that one. Okay, Artemis in theory says, subject she's curious about, general life, and what my soul needs right now to stay on my spiritual path. Okay, all right. And if I'm not mistaken, you said that she was Leo, Scorpio? Or, no, Scorpio, Leo, Scorpio. That's it. Scorpio sun, Leo moon, Scorpio rising. A lot of Scorpio. All right. General life. What my soul needs now to stay on my spiritual path. Scorpio everywhere. Let's see how we're doing this. Let's see how we're going with this. All right. General life and what my soul needs right now to stay on my spiritual path. To begin, nice. We've got the Two of Pentacles. Now, the Two of Pentacles is an interesting card because this is a card that represents a perfect harmony in the material plane. Now, that doesn't mean that good stuff or bad stuff is happening. This means the cycle of change is balanced. There will be good, there will be bad stuff, but the one who's experiencing has reached a state of mind where they can weather whatever the weather is. The Two of Pentacles is represented by Jupiter in Capricorn. Jupiter in Capricorn. So there is an expansive nature in the ability to build stability. So we've got harmonious change here. Harmonious change. Notice how the ships in the background are going up and down these waves, and this individual here is juggling and balancing. Good times, bad times, but the important thing to note about here is this person knows how to flow through. Page of Pentacles. So we just had this one in the last reading, and the Page of Pentacles represents a new endeavor that's been taking. Perhaps she's a new student or got a new job or has entered some sort of field where she's a beginner. Alternatively, she could be in the process of hiring somebody new. Again, this either one of those you would know what it would be. But there's a new field that is being entered into here. TVY Ty says, like a harmony. Exactly. So, Ace of Cups. A lot of new energy here. This looks like a new cycle and a new phase. Okay, this looks like a new cycle and a new phase. So, it looks like she's coming into the game, or into this stage of her life, into this phase, into this particular shift right now, with the ability to kind of go with the flow, to not be thrown off by any external event or internal event. That's a great prerequisite to have while walking down the spiritual path. And it looks like if this being a new student or a new worker, if we're talking about the spiritual field, if she's someone who's just now kind of stepping into new territory spiritually, and it looks like because of her solid foundation of knowing how to swim between the waves, abundance can flow in such a way that it can be managed properly. And not necessarily just monetary abundance. The Ace of Cups represents the emotional field as well as the subconscious. And spirit work is dealing with diving directly into the subconscious mind and reorganizing things so that what is in the center of the self can be seen clearly through those waters. You can see why it's such an important skill to have, to be able to go with the flow, to dance the harmonious change dance if you're diving into the subconscious mind. Why? Because of course there's going to be things there that can be potentially upsetting. There's going to be things there that could re-trigger a desire to escape, to run towards, or to run away from. But being able to dance in between the pull of like and dislike makes one a great student of this craft. What's needed at this time? What's needed at this time? A focus and a respect for her ability to roll with the punches and to know when to deliver her own punches. To rise with the tide and to sink with it. Ardquark, that's a great observation. Thank you for that. Ardquark says, I love the Two of Pentacles, one of the 3 cards in the deck with the lemniscate or infinity symbol. The others being Major Arcana, Magician, and Strength. Yeah, okay. I didn't notice that, but I see now. The Magician, who is the one who causes change on all planes, and Strength, one who is able to master the self. So I wonder what they share with this character. Being able to go with the flow, roll with the punches, flow with the tides. Even though these Two of Pentacles represents Earth energy, notice the water in the back. And that has to do with how this energy is moving. A hint towards this Ace of Cups. Let's pull one more. Page of Wands. So this could be both qualities of her, or this could be another individual working alongside her. Both new students, both embarking on the first stages, the initial stages of a quest. In fact, all of these are initiatory cards. So this whole reading screams of initiation. Muslim 322, peace. TVY Ty says, I know that this reading is not for me, but it is speaking volumes to me at the moment. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad that it is. All 4 of these cards are initiatory cards. The 2 being the beginning of a process, the Page of Pentacles and the Page of Wands being the new students embarking on the journey of becoming masters in their craft. 1 for the material plane, 1 for the spiritual plane. And the Ace of Cups, which represents the number 1. Represents the number 1. In specific, the initiation of a spiritual outpouring. If you were to ask me, I would say that the waters represent the subconscious mind. Diving deep, breaking the surface of just the everyday observation of the 5 senses and going deep into the influences behind those. This is where you find the spiritual plane. The spiritual plane is not in the physical world. The spiritual plane is not in the 5 senses. The spiritual plane is what's behind what we observe. The spiritual plane is behind what we interpret. So this is the beginning of a journey. The initiation of a completely new phase. And her greatest asset is her ability to roll with these punches, to flow, to move when it's time to move, and to be still when it's time to be still. Understanding timing. And lastly, Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups. The whole reasoning and purpose behind all of this is not just to kind of personally feel spiritual or feel deep. It seems that in time, as she begins to master these skills, she's going to be one who delivers her learnings and her teachings to somebody else who's going to need it, to somebody else who's going to be able to benefit from what she has solved and mastered within herself. So it's a karmic reading. It's a karmic reading. It has to do with, first, her mastering herself, because eventually she's going to help somebody with what she's learned. She will be that knight in shining armor. Interesting. Interesting. Scorpio, that's the water. Leo, that's the fire. All good, all good. Shadow says, Trav, how are you able to do a respond of yourself without your ego or self-doubt? How are you able to do a respond of yourself without your ego or self-doubt? I guess if I were to answer that in logical terms, I would say I know how to put myself in the right trance to move my ego out of the way as much as possible. But, you know, I could ask you to clarify your question a bit more, then I could give you a more clear answer. Thank you, Straight Panther. Yeah, you're actually next. So that's and okay. All right. Framestar Films, peace, peace. Good to see you. Ah, he says, how are you able to do a reading of yourself without your ego or self-doubt? I look at, I don't know, how do you explain that? I look at what's in front of me, not what I want to see. I see what's in front of me, not what I want to see, right? A big part of this whole illusion is the fact that we alter and change things to make it fit our preconceived notions. But once you learn how to stop doing that and accept things as they are and work with them, instead of trying to morph them and force them into your narrative and into your paradigm, you can start to see reality clearly. At the very beginning of this video, that's what I talked about. Insanity is when your inside world doesn't line up with the outside world. In other words, you have this inside world that you consider reality, but the outside world isn't lining up with that. And you're having to force and make things mean certain things that they don't actually mean. Because eventually that's going to break down. Now, yeah, there's a fine line between insanity and doing magic, but it all comes down to how well you know yourself and you're able to allow your spirit to work over ego. I can clarify that more if you need it to be clarified more, but that's my answer. Artemis in Theory says, thanks, Trav. Awesome, awesome. All right, so Straight Panther, you're up next. Patchwork, are you still in the building? Patchwork, you're after Straight Panther. Oh yeah, oh yeah. How we feeling, y'all? How we feeling? Enchanted Cottage 333. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh yeah. It's on and popping tonight. It's on and popping tonight. Good to go. Yes, yes, yes. I'm so happy, you know. One of my brothers recently told me that, you know, of course, he quit smoking, and he's just been doing his thing as far as not smoking, resisting the temptations and whatnot. That's been great. And he told me the other day, as he was preparing for bed, he had a vision. He felt his, and by the way, he doesn't care about none of this. He's not into any of this, right? There's no meditation, there's none of that. No Bobby Hemmett, none of that stuff. But he told me he had a vision, and it was just images coming to him about certain things, and he was trying to rub his eyes, you know, to snap out of it, but it wasn't a snap out of it kind of thing. He was actually in a vision, and I thought that was pretty awesome, you know. This eclipse is having its effect, you know. It's affecting different people differently, but it is absolutely stirring things up. So it's not about going outside looking at the sun with your paper glasses. It's not about a rapture happening or any of that. What's out there is symbolic of what's happening on the inside. If you've been studying this occult stuff long enough, you know that already. There are changes that are taking place internally. It doesn't matter about the government or society or none. All that stuff is escapism. You're escaping and trying to look for something to be excited about. When you hear about an astrological thing, whether it's Mercury retrograde or this alignment, it's happening within you. It's time to start paying attention to you, not what's happening in the world, but you. You understand that? It's about you. All right, so Straight Panther, let's see. The age of Aquarius. Speaking of which, that particular brother of mine is a Sagittarius. I don't ever know if they're watching. I know one time he said him and his friend pulled up one of my videos. I sometimes wonder if it's more than once. But who knows? All right. Relax, you good. You said your name, your Psy, right? You're gonna be after Patchwork, so 2 more readings. Relax, you good says everybody's reading had a message in it, also for the collective to learn from. Absolutely. Absolutely. Curve said that's crazy. Sister sign to you. Yeah, and that's also my ascendant. I'm Gemini, ascendant Sagittarius. Yeah, Ashley just souls. Peace, peace. Okay, give me just a second. On fire. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. My man, Straight Panther, is this a general reading or is there a specific question for you? Straight Panther says, had to light my Palo Santo for this one. Yeah. This one's definitely going to resonate with quite a few, so pay attention. Matter of fact, yeah, let me light up mine. All right, here we go. General this time, he says. Here we go. Okay, here's what we have. All right, 3 of Pentacles. There is something being built, something in progress, something in the works. Now, with the 3 of Pentacles, we're dealing with the energy of Mars in Capricorn. As we've been talking about earlier today, Mars represents that directed force going in a specific direction, right? As opposed to a general energy, this is energy going in a specific direction, and in this case, You're building something. You're creating something. Mars in Capricorn. Something stable. Something that has a purpose for you. Right? I mean, because generally, we don't invest our energy in something unless, well, I'll take that back. There are many people who invest their energy in things that don't feed them. But in this particular case, you're investing your energy in something that is going to give back to you. So here we've got an image of the construction of the church. And commonly the church is seen as the bride of Christ, the recipient of the spiritual energy, the recipient, right? The womb, the three, Bina, right? So you're building a structure of some sort. Now, you could be starting a business. You could be working on, I don't know. You know what you're building, what you're working on. And this is something in the tangible, something in the material world. Emperor. Now, this is a card that represents Aries. More of that Mars energy. You're really focused about this. You are really focused and concentrated about this. This is not just something that is a hobby. You seem to have directed a large portion of your energy in this specific direction. Absolute Mars. Absolute Mars. MC Maestro says, Trav, did you just imply the church is a poo nanny? Absolutely. I mean, that's what the Bible says. That's what the Bible says. Alora, man, I swear, like every time I'm thinking about you, later on that day, you message me in some way. Peace, Alora. Yes, Maestro, I did imply that the church is a poo nanny. That's what the Bible says, the bride of Christ. So here we go. The building of some structure within your reality to contain the spiritual energies that are coming through. Justice. I usually don't pull this card very often at all. Justice represents Libra. Libra, and in this case, Libra is a representative of having the eyes and specifically having the mind, there's the sword, having the mind for balance. Having the mind for balance. And this takes work. This takes work and experience to develop. So here we have you building a structure, taking a large amount of your focused inspiration and focused energy. Perhaps there was something very recently that happened that kind of triggered this explosive influence in you. And with this being guided and directed by a mind of balance, let's see what the next card has to say about the direction of this. All right. The Ten of Wands is a card called Oppression. Now, Mars is a heavy energy today in these readings, but also Saturn. And as we've already discussed just before this reading, Saturn and Mars were conjunct with each other in Pisces. So I'm going to start looking very closely at astrology while I'm on the days that I do my readings. Mars and Saturn have been appearing all throughout these readings today. And then the reason I'm saying that is because the Ten of Wands is Saturn in Sagittarius. So that direction that you're placing all of this energy into is being channeled, but also tempered. And when I say tempered, what I mean is it's like taking that burning hot piece of metal, right? You're about to create a sword. You see the image of the blacksmith pulling out that burning hot metal, and he's bamming it with the hammer, right? Tempering it, flattening it, shaping it into something. To that burning molten hot metal, it's being attacked. It's being oppressed by the pressure of that hammer on the anvil. But that's only in the process of its development. At the end of the day, it becomes a weapon of mass destruction, a weapon of power, an implement, a tool of power. So as you started this work of building this structure of yours, your journey might seem a bit heavy, but think of yourself as this molten metal being pounded into a powerful piece of work, shaped. The sword here represents the mind, a mind of balance. Mars and Saturn. Let's pull more to see what else is going on here. Oh, tens. The tens represent the end result. This was a 10 here, 10 of wands. Here again we have the Mars in Pisces. So much Mars and Saturn energy today. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So we got Mars in Pisces here, which is where Mars currently is right now. The end result of all this tempering and shaping and direct focus and building and balancing, the end result of all this, if you could come up with one word for what this picture symbolizes to you, what would it be? What would you say? MC Maestro says, I'm taking a few more days than Jesus, but I'm on my way. If you could look at this card and give it one word, what's it mean? What's that word to you? MC Maestro says accomplishment. Alchemy Gold says celebration. Lance Benefield says beginning. Curve says when SpongeBob says imagination. Right? Stray Panther says purpose. Okay, there we go. There we go. Because this is what's going to happen once the Spirit fills the church. Once the Spirit fills the church. Once the thing that you're building fully fulfills its purpose of what you intended for it to build, this is the result that can be expected here. Now, you know, we can't bullshit. It will come with its own trials, tribulations. It will come with its own, you know, you're going to have to march these wands up that hill. You're going to have to carry the tools from one location to the next. Oh, but it's worth it. Oh, but it's worth it. Every strike of that hammer to that molten steel is in the process of creating the king's sword. The purpose. WVT says happy ending. I saw credits and heard slow J music. Yes. Yes. MC Maestro says, you think you can make a vid disseminating the nuances of decks with swords and wands reversed, having a little trouble? Oh my. What do you mean by that? As in there's decks that the swords meanings are what the wands are in other decks? Framestar says the divine light that shines through the stained glass of your built church. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me know how that sounds. MC Maestro says swords will represent fire and vice versa in some decks. I don't think I'm familiar with a deck that's like that. But yeah, here we go. Focus. Focus on what you're building, not what you're trying to get away from. Focus on what you're building. Straight Panther says, I'm awestruck right now. That sounds amazing. Awesome, my friend. Awesome. I'm going with the cards. I'm going with the cards. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Patchwork. Patchwork. Are you with me? Self-mastery, Golden Dawn, Patchwork. Are you with me? Alchemy Gold says, claiming this. Absolutely. To be honest, like, all these readings, they applied to multiple people in this group because we are all dealing with very similar energies. So as these very similar energies move, we have very similar manifested effects, right? There's a lot of people in this world, but when people are focused in a specific direction and they begin dealing with specific energies, those energies start to manifest within those people. So as those specific energies start to turn and move, they begin to have similar effects on all the people that are involved. So yes, most all of these readings are for the people who are here, basically. Because you got, everyone has Leo in their chart. Everyone has Libra in their chart. Everyone has Cancer in their chart. So what you'll find is that some aspects of these readings are going to affect you, but maybe in a different part of your life. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. You know, it's like if everybody is, let's say that I create a soft drink soda and everybody in the city is drinking that soft drink soda. If I change one of my ingredients in that soda, everyone's gonna taste the difference. All right, so next we're dealing with Patchwork, and Patchwork asks a specific question about self-mastery and the particular field of study that he is in. Let's get with it. Let's get with it. Shout out to Lakshmi. Lakshmi has been very heavy. Oh. Wow. Do you see that, Anamali? Do you see that? I just said Lakshmi has been very heavy. And what did we say earlier about the Empress card? That is insane. That is insane. That is, you saw it. It just popped out. I love it. Shout out to Lakshmi. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. This shit is heavy right now. She told me earlier not to focus too much on the thong song or the subject matter of that, to free up some hard drive space so I can get more of these downloads. So I gotta stay off of Instagram for a while. Holy cow. All right, so I don't know if that's for you, Patchwork, or if that was for me. We'll keep it though. We'll keep it. We'll keep it. Did you know that there are 8 aspects of Lakshmi? Ashta Lakshmi. I mean, I'll tell you how crazy it was, right? So I'm sitting here getting a channeled message from Lakshmi, and then I'm doing some research on Lakshmi. I learned about the 8 Lakshmi, specifically that, you know, some people use the 8-pointed star to represent her 8 aspects. And I saw one website that said people mistakenly attribute that to her. To myself, I was like, well, I don't really care. I'm going to use it anyways. So then I went off, and this happened with Ganesh too. When I was working with Ganesh not long ago, I meditated and he showed me a specific tarot card. And then I went to go do some tarot studying later on, and they used that exact card as an example in the chapter I was reading. Well, I'm trying to flip to the page here. Come on, come on. The book that I showed earlier about tarot. Here I am doing some tarot research. Oh yeah, now the page doesn't appear. Fuck it, where's the table of contents? There it is, 47. So here I am doing some unrelated study on tarot, and then she pops up again. Hard. Well, pause, I guess. I didn't mean it like that. She shows up here in this book. Anyways, long story short, I'm studying, and then it specifically comes up with the number 8, talking about the 8 versions of Lakshmi, and then the next page shows a picture of that same 8-pointed star. And I'm like, what in the world is going on here? Really cool. Okay. MC Master says the Ashtalakshmi Stotam was in my head on loop for a while. I have Joan of Arc representing her victorious form. Okay, yeah, maybe send me that mantra if you come across it again. Patchwork says I'm wearing an 8-pointed star necklace right now. Look, man, it's real. It's real and it's happening. Ooh, 1111. Thank you. Relax, you good. 11111111. All right. Well, anyways, let's keep going here. Let's keep going. So, about your specific question. We have the presence of the Empress, and specifically she represents Venus. Venus is pregnant with opportunity, pregnant with abundance. Through her is everything that you need to support your cause. Everything that you need to support your cause. Page of Wands. This represents a new student, someone who has embarked upon a new spiritual path. Specifically, a spiritual path because the wands represent the spiritual aspect, the world of Atziluth. So there's a new course that has been taken, a new path of spirit. Six of Swords. So dealing with the sixes, you are in process. You're not beginning. The 2, 3s, and 4s, those are beginning. The 8, 9s, and 10s, those are coming to an end. The 5, 6s, and 7s, specifically the 6s, you're in process of the thing at hand. So this is Aquarius, being the fixed air sign. This is Mercury in Aquarius. Mercury in Aquarius, so your mind is moving in the direction of working with people for the greater good. Right, working with people for the greater good. Aquarius can often be seen as someone who is a bit of a humanitarian, yet at the same time, Aquarius can be seen as a person who feels like an outsider from the collective. So with Mercury being in Aquarius, that might be how your mind feels. You might be feeling like even though you've started on this path and you feel completely supported in what you're doing, mentally you might still feel like you're outside the group. You feel like you want to help, you feel like you have a lot to contribute, but you might even feel like you're kind of having to earn your way. You might even kind of feel like you're having to earn your way or earn approval or something of that nature. Let me know how that sounds so far. WT says, see, there it goes again. I seen a pic of the clouds in the form of a pregnant lady with a rainbow for the baby. These readings tonight. Man. Let's keep going. The High Priestess. The Moon. The veil between the conscious and the subconscious. Rest assured that you're going in the right direction. Rest assured that you have set upon the path to awaken these energies in the subconscious mind. And not even awaken because they're already awake, but to begin the process of reorganizing and reallocating these energies. This chimes in back from the initial reading of the night. Rest assured that whatever your mental doubts may be, or your concerns, it might not even necessarily be doubt. You might just be you just might be wondering if you're really on the right path. And that's understandable because this type of work that we're doing, there's not many guides. Not in human form, at least. You literally have to begin to reshape your awareness so that the spirits can start teaching you. If you've been doing this long enough, you'll quickly start to learn there are not many human guides that can help you. So you naturally start to reshape your feeling centers to become very intuitive to spirit. And I think that's part of the game right now, to become very receptive to these spiritual influences, because it's very difficult to find a human guide. I know they're extremely few and far in between. So rest assured that you're on the right track. Your subconscious mind is where the answers are, and you are in the right place in finding them. Patchwork says, pretty spot on. I do feel as if I'm having to work my way up. One more. Boom. So this card has showed up in from the first meeting as well. The 5. This is the in progress. Just like this is the in progress. You're currently in progress, probably thinking that you have to, that you're an outsider trying to work your way in. For the 5, as I said before, we've got Saturn. There's Saturn again. We've got Saturn in Leo. Saturn in Leo. So, like what was said before, there are parts of your personality, there are aspects of yourself that you recognize that it's time to let go of. There's parts of yourself right now that you know that you need to go ahead and drop and get rid of so that you can continue being a good student on this path. Because she doesn't just let anybody inside. The High Priestess, you've got to come with a specific, you have to look the part. You have to fit the part. You can't just be any geek off the street. You got to be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. You do have support. You do have everything you need. Focus not on your doubts. Focus not on the fact that you feel like an outsider, because you are an outsider. You are an outsider. Accept it and focus on what you started on this path for in the first place. You're going to have to go ahead and get rid of aspects of your personality that don't support you on this path. You want to talk about self-mastery? Start where you are today. As of right now today, you know damn well what needs to be thrown in the trash. Go ahead and get rid of it. If you can do that, then the next level will be revealed to you. But you don't get to the next level without passing this first one. You can skim through a little bit, but eventually you're going to hit a roadblock where you have to go back and complete the previous stages. So right now, the previous stages that need to be completed are disciplining the personality, Saturn and Leo, getting rid of what does not serve you anymore. Then you can pass through the veil at a deeper level. Now it's endless, but you can get to a deeper level. Let me know how that sounds to you. Let me know if that answers the question that you asked me. Rachel Kimball, peace. Starline says, make a sacrifice such as a fast, and you'll soon get those spiritual guides and insights. Try asking yourself questions before you sleep, and Spirit will answer it somehow. Sir Panther says, loving the 90s movie references. Haven't seen Young Guns in a while. In years. Yeah. Can't be any geek off the street. MC Maestro says, Butler recommends Mikael for Tifereth to get your life on game. Alchemy Gold says Saturn. Alchemy Gold says Saturn wants the work done. Facts. Let me know what you think about that, Patchwork. Auntie Karen, I got you on the list. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, yep, Daddy Sadie brings reality checks. Reality checks. You got to cash them in person. Not through the drive-thru. You got to walk up into the building. Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess Patchwork had to go off and think about the reading. All good. Well, coming up next we have Sai. Coming up next we have a specific person who has been waiting patiently. Scrolling back up looking for your name. Starlion says, Trav, you put me on that Donkey Kong ambience music I still meditate to. Oh man, I have such good memories of that game. Or like I remember my dad taking me to Walmart to buy that game. And we also got the really cool controller that was clear and see-through. I remember, dude, back then, there was absolutely no YouTube. There were at all, right? We're talking about the 90s. And I would cut on that game and that specific song, that Bramble Scramble, I would just go to that level and let it play. I would just let it play and like go to sleep to that music. Oh man, such a wonderful feeling. I got in trouble for that one time. My dad thought that I was playing the game and like I ran to the bed to pretend like I wasn't, but like nah, I was legit listening to the music. I got a spanking that night. I didn't like it, but I still listened to the music. So joke's on you. The next stop was the East Side Motel. Relax You Good says, I got told I was a medicine man in my past life reading. So in this life, is it asking that I continue on that path and become a doctor, medicine man, and perfect it? Or should I be focusing elsewhere?
Willie, huh? Willie, kind of spit when you talk. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. Automatic, systematic. Holy Spirit spitting on 15 guys.
Where were they?
Rape my brother 10 o'clock out of jail. Mess with him. I said to him, I asked him, I said, John, how did that feel to you?
He said, James, wasn't no fun. They did him like a dog. Rack bar. Okay, we're back. We're back. I don't know what the hell that was. Does anybody have any suggestions? Somebody said Mercury retrograde. We'll go with that. I don't know. Like, just when I got started. Relax you good. Ace says it can be delayed, but we cannot be stopped. I heard that. I heard that. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now, cause it's bad boy for life. We ain't. Is it clear? Is it still loud and clear, or is it still quiet? Let me know. Going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Yeah, Lance, you must have put your headphones back on. That's what did. Don't do that with your headphones again, Lance. Don't do that. No Diddy. No Diddy. Curve said, I thought Diddy got you. I thought Diddy got you. No. Absolutely not. Maestro said, when enough bots get banned, they form a beam. They're like on those zombie games, the ones that are really fat, and once you like attack them enough, they explode. All right, well, let's get to this reading because Relax You Good has been patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. What's your top 5? What's your your top 3? What's your sun, moon, rising? MC Maestro says they gonna put Diddy in the next Arkham game. The Diddler. Going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. Curve said there was a meme saying when you're having sleep paralysis and Diddy opens your door. Oh, hell no. Take that, take that. We was like brothers, tickling and wrestling under the covers. What song was that? All right, sun, moon, rising. Papa Flan says the Diddler's finishing move will involve extra chapstick. Take that, take that. Hell no. The Diddler. The Diddler. I love it. You can't be stopped now. We was like brothers, tickling and wrestling under the covers. All right, Aquarius, Virgo. Wait, what was the line in Biggie that Biggie said about kicking the back door, waving round magnums? It gets deep, man. It gets deep. Anyways, let's focus the energy on this instead of that. All right. Let's see. Relax you good. And my question about me being a doctor, medicine in this life, since I had a past life reading saying I was a medicine man in my past life, if I should be aiming for that or focusing elsewhere. Okay, I remember reading that earlier. Dang, I was saying something to somebody, but the audio was out. Patchwork, I think it was Patchwork. Yes, forgiving yourself, right? And also finding it within yourself to not only forgive the old you, but to be grateful and thankful for, because obviously you would not be who you are today if it wasn't for the old you. Like, no shame involved. No matter what you did. No matter what you did, forgiveness and gratitude, because you're looking at this from a deity standpoint, from a goddess standpoint, not a human standpoint. So a divine standpoint, you come under the realization that everything that you've done was for an intended outcome. That was a completely it's a path set in motion. And the old you should be celebrated. If nothing else, at least in memory. Okay. Let's begin. If we get the Wheel of Fortune card, that would be something else. Three of Swords. Three of Swords. We're dealing again with Saturn. Extremely heavy Saturn and Mars today, as we've already stated. The Saturn in Libra. Harsh decisions made in the past. Harsh decisions. No, I'm not so much getting heartbreak energy from this reading. I'm not really getting that, but there was definitely very harsh decisions. And when I mean harsh decisions, I mean something was decided in such a way that feelings were not taken into consideration. Cold decisions. That doesn't mean bad, doesn't mean negative, but that does mean that something was very strict in its judgment. Very strict in its judgment. Let's get some more clarification and see what that has to do with this reading. Three of Wands. Three of Wands. So we're dealing with the Sun in Aries. The Sun in Aries. So a large part of where you are and what you are right now is focused on the word enterprise comes to mind. Enterprise. Not necessarily expansion like Jupiter, but directing this laser beam forward in a specific direction. Right? Now Aries taking charge. Aries is the beginning of the zodiac. The 2s, the 3s, and the 4s represent the beginning, the initiation. The initiation. So strict decisions were made in the past. Harsh decisions were made in the past. And it looks like because of those harsh decisions, you focused yourself in a specific direction. And if not focused in a specific direction, you focused away from a specific direction. Now, I don't know how old you are, but we could say, for example, perhaps your parents were strict, or your father or mother was strict. And because of that conditioning, certain choices in your life are completely off the table, so to speak. Which means that what was still on the table, you're kind of looking at as far as, okay, which one of these do I really want to move forward in? Let me know how we stand so far. Really Actually Good says, I'm 22, and yes, they were very strict. Okay, so we're dealing with that. That's what this is about right here. Those strict parents. And it looks like you are away from that, at least on your way to getting away from that. And this card is about moving in a new direction and expanding in that direction, right? Again, not like Jupiter where it's this abundance, but more like a focused laser beam moving straight forward in a new direction. It looks like one of the upsides of that strictness is that you did develop a particular skill set. And that is something that's going to help you on this journey. So there is a skill set that you've brought over from the past. You've talked about past lives, Well, I can say that your childhood is a past life, right? So I can't necessarily speak on past lives, but I can say that at least your childhood was a past life. And from that past life, notice the threes here. Notice the threes here. 3 on the astral level, 3 on the spiritual level. You've been able to pull over a certain skill set. Notice how he's grasping upon this wand. This one is fully understood. Let's keep going. The 6 of Pentacles, from air astral energy to fiery spiritual energy, and now to the manifest reality. The 3s deal with the initiation, so these are dealing with the beginnings. The 6s is going to have to do with what's currently in progress right now. In progress right now. And notice what's happening here. He who has is able to give. And you know what? Before I even get into the symbology, the strict decision-making process here, the strict judgment, right? The Saturn in Libra. It looks like this influence has affected the generosity in judgment, right? Almost as if somebody who was treated a certain way as a child makes it a point that they're not going to treat other people like that as an adult. Specifically, the energy behind the 6 of Pentacles is the moon in Taurus. The moon in Taurus. So what's happening with the moon is that it changes frequently. It has its own rhythm of change. It's expected change. Yet Taurus is a very stable sign. So what that represents is taking advantage of what changes and, in a way, how do I put it? Gambling with it. Let me see if I can describe that in a better metaphor. Knowing that there are cycles of opening and closing that can be predicted to the T. It's not really gambling if you bank on that. It's not gambling if you know the full moon's going to happen in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks later it's going to be a new moon. It's not a gamble because you know that that change is going to happen. Well, that's the energy of this card. Abundance and wealth based on harnessing change, becoming stable in the change. So perhaps there's something in your life that changes frequently, yet you've been able to fully understand those changes to the point that you can more or less bank on it. Let me know if that makes sense as far as anything going on with you. Let me know how that corresponds to you. Strict judgments made in the past. Your mind is set to move in a specific direction. Some options have probably been deemed as off the table, out of the question, based on that upbringing, which kind of narrowed your choices. But that could be a good thing, because now you don't have that analysis paralysis. Narrowing the choices means that you have somewhat of an expectation of where you're headed. And it looks like there's a sense of generosity and compassion because you know what it's like to have strict decisions made without regarding emotion. This card almost seems like the opposite of that. He's giving, he's generous, he's charitable, he's compassionate, and he demonstrates that in the material plane. Where actually good says yes, as in like changing careers, possibly going back to school, starting a new path, moving to Cali possibly. Let's pull another. So speaking of that materiality, it looks like through giving, through being generous, and it doesn't just have to be money. It could also be with your talent and your gift. Through giving, you're going to find yourself in a state of being comfortable with what you produce. Look, the 9 represents an ending of a cycle. An ending of a cycle. See, the 10 represents the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new one. The 9 represents the end of a cycle that you can rest in. This woman is comfortable. She's chilling, strolling through her garden, enjoying what she has. Now, she might seem a bit lonely to some, but she's happy with what she's built. Sometimes loneliness means peace. I certainly don't miss being surrounded by knuckleheads, always getting into some kind of trouble. This woman's drama-free. In fact, the 9 of Pentacles represents Venus in Virgo. Venus and Virgo, those signs go together nicely. So things may have been a bit hard in the past, but the lessons that you've learned is how important it is to be compassionate with not only other people, but with yourself. Compassionate with not only other people, but also yourself. Let's pull one more. Page of Cups. So as you go through the changes, Moon and Taurus, as you consistently change and grow, you can certainly expect to find yourself in a very comfortable place in life. I don't know much about you, obviously, but I get the sense that you either have a really good job or you're heading towards a good job, or you have maybe family or someone or yourself who, has some pretty decent resources, very decent resources. In any case, the 2 lessons here for you based on these cards is number 1, have compassion for others and yourself. And number 2, become a student of love. Become a student of love. Don't be afraid to explore the region of the heart. Again, this whole thing was started by strict and cold judgments that did not consider emotions. So part of your growth and liberation will be to become a student of the heart. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Coupe de Villain. Peace. Peace. Let me know how that sounds to you. Artquark says Saturn is exalted in Libra, Sun is exalted in Aries, Moon is exalted in Taurus. That's what we have for all 3 of those. Wow. Thank you for pointing that out. So the Saturn is exalted in Libra, the Sun is exalted in Aries, the Moon is exalted in Taurus. Those are the first 3 cards that was pulled for you. These are all good signs. This is all good energy, right? Okay, he says, wow, yes. Again, Trav, amazing. He says, what does that mean? Who pointed that out? Explain. So it's all, you got 12 signs, you got 7 planets. Some planets are exalted in specific signs. What that means is while the planet is there, it's at its strongest. Which means that there are some signs where a planet is in its weakest. In this particular case, the astrology behind these cards, they're all in their strongest. Enchanted Cottage says when planets are exalted, they're stronger. Right, so in other words, the influences here are powerful influences that have affected your life. Powerful influences. Focus on compassion. That seems like it's going to be the big deal for you right now. Compassion. Which means understanding that other people are suffering too, right? We're all suffering. So don't be so selfish or cold in your judgments because you already know how that feels. You already know what that's like. That doesn't mean, oh, just forgive everybody, let everyone do what they want. That's not what compassion means. Compassion simply means understanding. Sometimes people don't understand themselves. And if you understand them better than they understand themselves, you can actually influence them and help them better than they can help themselves. Some people don't understand themselves. You hear what I'm saying? So someone who has compassion is able to be the bigger man, right? That doesn't mean turning the other cheek. That doesn't mean taking abuse. What that means is if you can see the playing field from a higher level than your opponent, you're going to be able to make the best moves You're in a position to make the best moves. All right, so let me know how that goes. Enchanted Cottage says it's uncanny how much this ties into what I was studying today. I can't even say or stress anymore at just how linked up this group of us is. Kushal Shristha says, can you do my reading, please? Kushal Shristha, yes. If you'd like a reading, just check the link that's pinned in the comments. You can send a donation to my Cash App or to my PayPal. Relax You Good says, perfect, on point, spot on. Wow. I'm so happy that these readings come through for you all in this way. In this way. And to think, like, for so long, I stayed away from doing this because I thought that people would be like, oh, that makes no sense. You know? But hey, it's an art form. It's a combination of talent, a combination of skill, and a combination of studying what these symbols mean. But I appreciate you. Appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. Sheesh, at one point the total people here hit 300. What is going on with YouTube? I have no idea. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. I've been doing these book reads and these videos for years. I don't know what happened, but right around the same time where I was talking about this fiery energy, you know, like late February or so, that's when I noticed these numbers started percolating. Percolating. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Patchwork says these readings got me about reevaluating my whole life. Man. Okay, so next we have Papa Flan, I believe. Papa Flan, are you with me? Papa Flan, are you in the building? Are you in the building, Papa Flan? Let me know if you're in the building, Papa Flan. I know that Papa Flan is a Sagittarius. Look at this card. Isn't it cool? You're welcome, Relax You Good. My pleasure. Papa Flan says general reading. Okay. Society Eject says, yo Travis, by me putting in the work on learning the Da Vinci program, somebody bought the full for me and control module. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And see, that's that Lakshmi shit coming through, man. If you just set yourself on the path, everything else falls into place for you. If you're when you're where you're supposed to be, when you are walking on the path that you're supposed to be walking on, everything else falls into place. All right, so let's get to it. Papa Flan said I'm Sagittarius Sun, Aquarius Moon, Libra Rising. Oh. Magic. Alice Cooper says, the Sagittarius is something I associate with Ochoisi. He is known with bow and arrows. Beautiful. Cool. Karen, you are next. All right, all right. Thank you. I love you. This Rider-Waite-Smith deck has been going ham. Going ham, right? I got all these other decks, but I think tonight the Rider-Waite-Smith deck is like, touch me 100 times. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. All right. I like to start with the 3. Rajas, Thomas, Sattva, that kind of thing. All right. Let's see how this goes, Papa Plan. Judgment. Judgment. So, the energy behind this card is spiritual fire. Fire of fire, 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 fire. Some people say Saturn. And when I say some people, I mean the Tarot Decoded book that I showed off earlier. But this judgment has to do with what we call at the end of the day. So we're dealing with a reality check. We're dealing with a face-to-face in the mirror between the soul and the self, between the subconscious and the conscious, between the mind and the person. And I mentioned in the very beginning the general reading about sanity and insanity. Insanity being characterized by the inner map of your world being grossly incompatible with the outer map of the world. Right? There's a lot of people who have made up this fantasy world that they live in, but it doesn't really hold up when it's placed into the outside world. So, judgment would be that reckoning process. When was the last time you had a reality check? When was the last time that your inside world was checked against the outside world? Hell, this goes for all of y'all. Because as human beings, we don't often change all of a sudden in a big chunk. We usually change gradually, piece by piece by piece. And if you allow yourself to be separated from outside reality, and you allow an inner reality to begin to develop further and further away from the outside reality, eventually you might end up in a place where, you know, if checked, it might fall apart. So when you see people online and it's like, damn, I remember how things were before social media, right? You see people doing all these crazy things. Well, it's been a process of them gradually having an inner reality that doesn't balance with the outer reality. How often do you have a reality check? Alchemy Gold says, who's going to check me? You should be checking you. You should be checking you. So, what's next is diligent work. Diligent work. We've got the 8 of Pentacles. The 8 of Pentacles. And the energy behind this card is the Sun in, what is it? The Sun in Virgo. This is the Sun in Virgo. So what's happening here is that at the very center of your personality, as of right now, as you come into maturity, you have discovered the importance of putting your energy toward investing in building something that's going to feed you for the rest of your life. You're developing a certain skill set. Perhaps you have begun, or you're in the middle of going to college. Maybe you're in some sort of apprenticeship. Maybe you're building your own business. You're working on something right now that you have intended to feed you, right? And perhaps, considering that he's facing away from this judgment, perhaps you've already gone through this reality check, and maybe that's what inspired you to really take steps into maturity and building for yourself to eat tomorrow. Let's keep going. This is a very nice card. This is a very nice card. This is the Two of Cups. We're dealing with Venus and Cancer. We've got an even exchange here. We've got an even exchange here. Now, when we're dealing with the twos, we're talking about a harmony. We're talking about a harmony. Now, this can be the masculine and feminine. This can be the conscious and subconscious. This can be the inner or the outer. I was talking about reality checks earlier. So perhaps you are someone who's gone through this reality check in such a way that you know when you're starting to go out of balance. Perhaps that's the skill that you've been working on developing. Perhaps you've started to develop a very sharpened mind to where you can see clearly. Let's keep going, because all of this points to a very good foundation. A very good foundation. Let's keep going. We've got the Five of Cups. We've got the Five of Cups. Now this represents Mars in Scorpio. Mars in Scorpio. Perhaps you have in the past, right? Because look, this card is facing back towards the judgment. Perhaps in the past, you took that same opportunity to focus your energy, but you invested in something that did not last. Perhaps this reality check was you investing your energy into something that fell apart. You learned your lesson. You learned your lesson. What I'm getting from this, I don't get that you're attached to that loss and you're still hurting and mourning for that loss. I don't get that. What I do get is that you've been able to see it and experience and grow from it. You've been able to grow from that past investment that didn't go so well. MC Maestro said that job I got was not the business. Oh man. Enchanted Cottage says Mars in Scorpio is in domicile and a powerful placement. Oh yeah. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So Mars is at home there in Scorpio. Lance Benefield says, my headphones is about to die again. Got to turn them off and listen from my phone. Although the sound is going to stay on. All right, everybody, brace yourselves. Lance is about to take his headphones out again. Remember what happened last time? Ace says, lots of fire and water tonight. I love seeing them work together. Says the Cancer, Aries, Cancer. Yeah. DB31, peace. Papa Flan says, wow, super on point. Keep going, Trev. All right. Boom. Now, we just pulled this card previously, and I said to the last gentleman to become a student of love. To become a student of love. So in your case, I would say, become a student of yourself and pay attention to why you choose to invest your energy into the things you choose. Pay attention to why. Think about that previous investment that you made that didn't hold up to reality. I want you to really think about what was in your heart that moved you to do that, not what was in your head. Because listen, nobody wants to believe this, but we are not logical creatures. We are emotional creatures. And literally everything we do is inspired by the emotion. That's what the cups represent. Everything we do is because we were emotionally moved. And then what do we do after that? Then we go back and logically rationalize a reason why we did it. Everything that you've ever done is because your heart was moved, not because your mind was moved. You miss the process where you go back and justify and rationalize. So what I'm saying to you here is, yes, you made a move in the past that taught you a valuable lesson, and now you're making better moves. But look at here. Look at here. You've achieved a certain balance as far as your emotions influencing you. It doesn't mean that you're exempt from that, because none of us are, but you've gained a certain balance over how it happens, and that's great, right? So from here forth, become a student of your own heart. Become a student of your own heart. Become the master of knowing why you make the decisions you make. Hey, check this out. There are some things that convince me to spend money, right? I get sold on certain kind of advertisements. I can see a certain ad that shows me certain things, and I'm like, whoa, hell yeah, take my money, and I go buy it. Like I go buy it right after the ad. And I love that about myself. It's not that I'm gullible, because it don't happen with it. Most ads I swipe away, but I enjoy watching ads because there's an art and a science to marketing. And when I see an ad that presses my buttons, I love being the customer. Like I enjoy saying, wow. I enjoy being sold to. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I don't run from ads. I don't run from being sold to, because look, if something is being presented to me and it presses my buttons, I obviously want it. And I enjoy watching myself. It's like, I don't know if you have kids, but you ever listen to what your kids want, and then on their birthday or on Christmas, you buy it for them, you wrap it up, and you just watch them with joy as they rip the packaging open, and then they hold their gift like, oh, wow, I can't, right? And they dig into it right away, and they start playing with it right away, right? The joy isn't in buying the gift. The joy is in watching them rip it open and just be in that moment of bliss. Because you know, as an adult, that shit is hard to come by these days. And you also know it's not going to last, right? After a while, the kid's going to throw that toy down and not play with it anymore. Might happen that day. It might happen in a couple of months. But that moment of joy that they're experiencing is a beautiful thing to watch. And I do that with myself. I allow myself to have that, right? When I see an ad that speaks to my heart and I buy that thing, I love it. And I'm happy with spending my money on that thing. But I can only do that because I know myself. I know what I like. I know what I want. I know what speaks to me. Hell, why do you think I enjoy this Unicorn Fruity Pebbles coffee so much? Right? I saw the advertisement for it and I said, wow, unicorns, Fruity Pebbles, coffee, I need it. I subscribe to it, right? It's coming to my house on a subscription. Become a student of your heart. Find out what makes you feel good and what presses your buttons, right? And what's gonna happen to you when you do that is you're not going to make bad investments, because what you'll probably find is that those are probably made out of the emotion of fear or some unhealed trauma of childhood, right? Let me know if that speaks to you. Let me know if that makes sense to you. It's okay to invest in things that make you feel good, that feed you, that serve you, but just make sure that you have a reality check, right? I'm not, like I said, I'm not gullible. I'm not just going to buy anything, right? I have a pretty solid inner world compared to the outer world, but I allow myself to experience joy in the ways that I do. That's what you should do as well. That's what you should do as well. Allow yourself to experience joy, but don't get it twisted, is what I'm saying. Let me know if that speaks to you. Wait, is the sound still on? Let me know. Okay, yeah, we're still good. We're still good. Society Eject says, LOL, my daughter wants a unicorn horse birthday party, so I'm gonna have to ride a pony and it keeps moving and dress it up as a unicorn. Hey, enjoy it. DB31 says the shadow working course really did highlight this fact. Emotional triggers, and we tried to make sense of it after the fact. It's true. Papa Flan says, there it goes. That's exactly what it is. Did some internal digging the other day and found that it is exactly that. Perfect. Like I said, y'all already know this stuff. I'm a Gemini, Sagittarius rising, so I know that oftentimes the answer comes to me, and it's very comforting to hear someone echo it back to me. So thank you for letting me be that echo. Because shit, I needed to hear it too, right? Cool. MC Maestro says, cleaning the inner for its own sake, knowing the outer will match. Maestro, I got that definition of insanity from the Matrix. From the Matrix Green Book. Oops. Papa Flan says, I appreciate you, Travis and chat. Thank you. Thank you. That was insightful. Good stuff. Good stuff. So coming up next, I have my favorite tarot reader. And fellow Gemini.
How you living? What? How you living? What?
In living color. In living color. I think it might be time to refill this coffee. See, I just mentioned that unicorn coffee and now I want some. Mike says, do not trust this witchcraft, my brothers and sisters in Christ. I'm not so sure you're in the right place. I'm not so sure you got brothers and sisters in this live stream. You might want to keep scrolling, Michael. Michael. Michael came and said, my brothers and sisters in Christ. My brother and sister in Christ. Michael, you're on the wrong channel. Keep scrolling, Michael. Keep it scrolling, Michael. Papa Flan says Michael is associated with the diddler. Michael's associated with the booty goons. My brother and sister in Christ. My brother and sister in Christ. It's witchcraft. It's witchcraft. Brujería. Es brujería. Satanismo. Satanismo. Brujería. No me gusta. No me gusta. All right, Karen. Let me stall just a bit longer as my coffee cup fills. Probably don't need any more tonight, but I'm probably not going to sleep till the sun comes up. What about y'all? Hasta la mañana. Hasta mañana, Michael. The new shipment came in, you feel me? You feel me? You see that? Electric unicorn. And you know what? I only drink this, like, at this point during the live streams. So, like, that makes it extra special for me. I don't drink this off camera. I need it. Good stuff. Try it out. Let me pop one in real quick. Richard Tracy, peace. Welcome, Richard Tracy. Richard Tracy says, LOL, when the sun begins to rise, that's my sign to go to sleep. Yeah, man. I know the feelings. All right, unicorn, do your stuff. Do your stuff. M number one. 2 is up again, and 3 is not even a winner. So happy to be here. I don't know about you all, but I certainly am. And if you're someone who might be going through some very negative emotions right now, feeling pretty bad about life, just remember that what you focus on expands, and it's more than just a cliche. That's literally how your mind and your consciousness works. You know what makes you depressed, and every time you think about it and focus on it, you get even more depressed. If only just for a few days, challenge yourself to only focus on what you want out of life. Don't worry about how fast it's gonna come or what seems like prevents it. Focus on what you want out of life, and just observe how your mind, your body, and your heart might work differently. Just try it. Muy caliente. Wait, I think caliente means just applies to spicy. What is the Spanish word for hot, like temperature? I don't think that the coffee is muy caliente. Society EJ says, I have the spirit of Don Julio running through me. All right, let's get going. Okay, Ace says caliente is accurate. Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I took a few years of Spanish in high school, but I haven't really had anyone to speak Spanish with in a minute. Richard Tracy says spicy is picante. All right, so I had it right. All right, let's get with this reading. Okay, Society Eject says, I sent for a general reading. Let's do one for my daughter. Okay, okay. All right, let's see. Shuffle it up. I got you next, Society Ejects. And then probably after Society Ejects, we'll wrap it up after that. All right, so are you still with me, my favorite tarot reader? Ooh. All right, back at it again with the fresh, brand new Vans. Uh-oh, Jesus is coming. Not before Diddy. All right, all right. Nigleta, Nigleta. All right, so here we go. Here we go. One for the money, two for the show. Let's begin. Okay, and Karen, I got you correctly. Gemini, Capricorn. Nin the Alchemist, peace and welcome. Go to, please. So let's start. Let's start. Six of Pentacles. We pop it off with the Six of Pentacles. And what we're dealing with, astrologically, is the moon in Taurus. And we've already established that the moon is exalted in Taurus. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. As we are dealing with, again, having a certain level of mastery over the cycles of change. So perhaps you are involved in some sort of income stream, some sort of business situation where you're able to utilize the changing flow, the changing tides. I can assume and guess, but this could also be pointing to something else. Still has some heat in the truck. That's a good question, Society Ejects. So we're dealing with having a certain level of mastery and perhaps an income stream that deals with the changing flows, the changing tides. Again, I could assume, but perhaps it could be something else. Something like this involves changing of tides. Ace of Wands. Now, I remember doing readings for you in the past, and I also remember that this type of energy has been present almost each time. There seems to be an inspiration of spiritual motive. And as a matter of fact, I believe that you had a question about your daughter, someone in your life. So now, with that in mind, I'm wondering if perhaps you've been working on learning to have more compassion with her and her changes. Yeah, okay, and you said she was a Taurus. That's right, you did say that. Okay. Moon in Taurus. So perhaps really working with her changes as she's growing and progressing through life. Ace of Wands. New spiritual path. Or maybe not new spiritual path, but some sort of spiritual inspiration. Might not necessarily be a path, but perhaps there was some experience that was had, a new personal spiritual experience that was had. Let's see if the third card can kind of clarify the situation. Queen of Cups. I'm feeling like this might actually be you. The water of water, dealing with the reflective nature of emotions. And what I mean specifically is being able to analyze and understand, and again, have compassion for these changes in emotions that are happening. Let's keep going. Anna Molly says the eclipse was a spiritual eye-opener for a lot of people, especially younger. Yeah, as I said, even my brother had a vision, and like that doesn't happen. At least he's never talked to me about it, and we talk every day. So it could be that there are changes with your daughter that you're probably used to by now. Changes as far as cyclical changes, like things to expect. But it seems like there's been an introduction of something new. Maybe something new spiritually, especially. And it may be now that as you find yourself in a position to guide her through this, it might be causing you to reflect back on yourself. Maybe there were similar experiences that you had. Maybe there were similar experiences that you had that you perhaps forgotten about or haven't really paid attention to until now. Let's keep going. Oh my. Queen of Pentacles. And I notice how everyone in these cards so far is looking to the left, and I'm getting that this is the direction of your daughter. What I'm getting here energetically is like she's going through something new, and it's like you're trying to help her, trying to guide her, trying to lead her through it, yet a part of you is going through it as well. And none of this is good or bad. You know that. But it does seem like there's a lot of shifting and a lot of changing, a lot of stirring. It's coming from the spiritual level. And it looks like you're reflecting on her emotions and your emotions. And it looks like these changes are also taking place in the material. Lance Benefield says, soft spots towards her is your key of life, gentleness and diplomacy. Let's go a little further. Boom. Boom. So what we have now is the Two of Wands. And this is Aries. Mars in Aries. So if the sun is exalted in Aries, I wonder what you'd call Mars in Aries. That's its domicile. There you go. You said that earlier. That's its domicile. So what we have here is that fiery energy that was mentioned before. That fiery energy that was mentioned before being tuned, harnessed, and pointed in a specific direction. This is the beginning of a new stage of development, especially for her, and quite possibly for you. Because we know that the Two of Wands represents the energy of the masculine aspect finding its perfect feminine aspect, and the two of them coming together to create the third. The third hasn't been created yet, but this represents the joining and the meeting of the two. These being the wands, this is taking place on the spiritual level. Going back to the fact that this introduction of this fiery energy is really stirring up a lot of subconscious energies. And this is happening with a lot of us, damn near all of us. We can perhaps blame it on the eclipse. But each of us are using this in different ways. And it seems like in a way, I'm getting the word reflection a lot from the queens. It seems like through your reflection of your daughter, your reflection, you're starting to see these changes take place in yourself as well. MC Maestro says, sounds like me with a gal. I realized I couldn't help her because she had a problem I haven't fixed for myself yet. It's an interesting place to be, right? When you really, really want to help. It's a mixed feeling, right? Because it kind of makes you want to go ahead and tackle that issue so that you don't feel so powerless. Interesting. Enchanted Cottage says this is crazy accurate. I help myself when I help her. Yes. Oh my. One more. Let's get one more. Justice. All right. All right. There's the karmic card of the bunch. There's the karmic influence of the bunch. This is, I think that what Maestro said kind of sums this all up. This is something that is part of a challenge that you need to pass for you to get to your next level. This is something that you need to harmonize and balance so that you can get to the next level. And it seems like that you're probably going to be doing it through her. Again, not necessarily a bad thing, not necessarily a good thing, but whatever the thing is, through her, you'll be healing it within yourself. You'll be balancing it within yourself. That's probably a better word, right? Because healing implies hurting. Enchanted Cottage says she's a Libra rising. Wow. Dan Spinefield says, Ma'at keeps APEP in check. Justice. Enchanted Carter says, yes, I'm doing some serious recalibration of myself in this process. Yeah, that reality check. That reality check. That's another of the themes for tonight. Alchemy Gold, thank you. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 currently on the east side.
East side.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's a number of ascension, moving forward, moving upward. Anna Molly says, my 12-year-old is a Taurus, and he gives me surprisingly good advice sometimes and enjoys teaching me from time to time. Oh. Well, let me know what you think about this Enchanted Cottage. Patchwork says, I gotta take myself more seriously. So listen, what does that mean practically? What does that mean? Like, ask yourself, what does that mean to take yourself more seriously? Enchanted Cottage says, pretty crazy when the reality check is to be softer and in tune with the emotions. Yeah. Yeah, and see, that's another card that kept coming up, the Three of Swords. That strict, hard decision-making, hard justice, right? Which is the opposite of that soft justice. MC Maestro says, soft justice sounds like a panty dropper. Soft justice. Rated R. Patchwork says, to stop procrastinating from what needs to get done. Oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Nah, I gotta do it now. And what does that look like in your life? Like, what does that specifically look like? And when you come up with an answer, ask that same question again. What does it specifically look like? Because a lot of times we say things and we mean what we say, but notice how it's still in the world of words. It isn't until you bring it down into the world of action that it becomes part of your life. Trust your subconscious. It knows more and it runs faster. Trust your subconscious. It knows before you do, and it remembers when you don't. Trust your subconscious. By the way, I learned that there were 8 aspects of Lakshmi, and the particular Lakshmi that I have hanging up in the living room is the one where she's holding 2 lotus flowers and giving the 2 mudras, Abhaya and the Vajra mudra, I believe they're called, with the 2 elephants, and they're pouring water. And that's called the Lakshmi that is worshipped by elephants. In fact, she represents the abundance of the animal kingdom, which could mean 2 different things. One of them, which means that back in the day, people actually made their living by herding animals, not hurting, but herding animals, working with animals, milking cows and chickens and all that good stuff. And to have more animals and a bigger farm means more abundance. But it also can mean a wealth that comes from mastering the animal self, right? This is the Lakshmi that is the abundance and the wealth of mastering the animal nature of self. And that happens to be the one that we have a giant tapestry of. We got this golden yantra with all 8 of them on it, but that's probably one of the most popular ones that you see. Enchanted Cottage says, elephants are my daughter's college mascot. Oh, it keeps going. I was looking through the Rig Veda and I saw that Lakshmi is actually mentioned in there, albeit only one time. The Rig Veda being one of those extremely ancient texts with some of the most powerful mantras in it. I didn't even know she was in there like that. Aww. Keep hope alive. Patchwork says, yo, I just found out I'm afraid of the idea of failure. That's why I put things off. And see, that's why I said keep asking that question, because eventually you'll get the real answer. Well, that's good. Now what are you going to do with that knowledge, right? Keep going. It don't stop. See, this is really what shadow work is. This is really what shadow work is. What are you going to do about the fact now that you realize that you're afraid of the idea of failure, and that's why you put things off? What happens when you fail, right? Keep going. Society ejects, are you with me? Higher Than Elvis says, Jesus loves you, bro. Shit, he loves you too. Ace said, I heard elephants are going extinct. Well, if that's true, that means their work is done. What a time to be alive, huh? MC Maestro said, Constantine spoke of to master self, thus master the world. This points to Venus, Netzach. Ah, victory. And another king I work with, Seleucus, was an heir to Alexander and got elephants from India. His last name also hints to Netzach. Interesting. Another thing that Lakshmi was communicating to me was the current lesson that I'm going through right now. I mentioned trust your subconscious. The current lesson I'm going through is to stop relying so heavily on my logic mind. Stop relying so heavily on my need to intellectualize everything. Because what I've learned is that, once again, the subconscious mind is faster and it remembers. That's where it's at, not the conscious mind. Remember, before we make any decision, we feel it first. We decide emotionally. Then we go backward and put a logical mask over it. That's why you might do something that you probably, that you might consider out of character, right? That's why you might do something that you normally wouldn't do, and you go back and question why. Oh, well, it must be because, right? Or you'll find some excuse or somebody to blame. But understand, your heart moves before your brain does. And you can fight it all you want, but you're going to go in the direction of your heart. So my lesson currently is to learn how to stop leaning so hard on my intellectual mind and lean more on the subconscious, which means that perhaps it isn't about reading all the words, but analyzing the pictures. Not intellectually breaking them down, but meditating on them and absorbing them and allowing the pictures to speak to my subconscious. Symbols, right? The magic is with symbols, isn't it? Not the words in the book.
Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus.
Nobody wants to go to jail in Mexico. They put all kind of burritos in you. Enchanted Cottage says, that's been my lesson, getting away from the logic mind and into the fields. Oh, wow. You guys ever have like a bunch of incense sticks lined up, and then one gets kind of low and leans on another one and burns the other one? I just heard something drop, and I realized one of the incense sticks lit the other incense. Oh, nice. Sad Eject says, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall make your paths straight. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, all right. We've got a reading for 11.
Jesus, 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 Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
I still haven't found that Bobby Hemmett video clip. Nobody has sent me that clip. See, nobody's really watching Bobby like they say they are. I ain't found that clip yet. And I have a subscription to pay to Serious Times.
Oh, Jesus.
But speaking of which, they probably took it off the internet. Once upon a time, all Bobby's videos were on YouTube for free. Then they all got taken down. Oh, but praise the Lord for Serious Times Media, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have the rest of Bobby's videos. Or the ones that mysteriously vanished. So grateful for Serious Times Media. All right, let's get to it. How you guys doing? Do y'all want an occult lecture tomorrow night, or do you want another reading of the handbook, or excuse me, the mystery book read?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus.
All right, so this one has jumped out. Oh boy. All right. Let's see what we have here. We begin with the Page of Pentacles. It would seem that 11 is in a place in her life where she's beginning to learn some new things, as are all children, but not necessarily intellectual new things. these are new physical things. Maybe she's joined a sports team. Or maybe learning how to cook. Seems like there's something new that she's being introduced to currently. Let's continue. It also seems that perhaps there have been some emotional losses. Society Eject says, LOL, we're just signing up for gymnastics and karate. Okay, okay. And seeing how, thank you for that, that adds to it. Seeing how the individual in this card is looking back at the Page of Pentacles, perhaps there's a reason for signing up for gymnastics and karate. I wonder if the reasoning might be emotional. I wonder if there have been some changes where a certain sense of emotional loss has been felt. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. This is Mars and Scorpio, the domicile, right? So that force is strong here. Let's continue. The Hierophant. The good news is that this venture that is being entered into is a venture that will build a certain sense of structure, certain sense of discipline, a certain sense of organization to where there's going to be knowledge of how to use her mind and her body throughout the world. Society Eject says, yo, she keeps asking about my mom, which is her grandmother that passed away. Thank you, MC Maestro. This card is called Lord of Loss in Pleasure. Loss in pleasure. It seems that this venture is going to be a good thing. And I'm also noticing, dealing with these directions, notice how the Page of Pentacles, this starting off on this new physical endeavor, is looking towards the right, which is generally the future. We've got the Lord of Loss and Pleasure looking to the left towards the past. And we've got this Hierophant, which represents Taurus, which represents structure, which represents an established process, is looking towards us. And I would say that this is a representation of an energy that is being stimulated within. This is something that may help her develop a sense of maturity. And I can see that. I can definitely see that. Anna Molly says another 5. Thank you for pointing that out. So we got the 5 of Pentacles here. Excuse me, 5 of Cups, which represents Scorpio. And this 5, which represents Taurus, 2 fixed signs. Fixed water, fixed earth. Let's keep going. Oh, wow. Now we've got Libra. Justice. Justice. And notice, once again, this character is facing forward, also between these 2 pillars. Which again represents something established. Something, in order to have justice, there has to be a system, right? There has to be a system for things to be weighed against. In order for there to be a pope, for there to be a leader, there has to be a system that's being led. There has to be something in place that structure is based off of. And by the way, this card represents Libra. We've we've got Libra here as the sun sign. Enchanted Cottage says, this reading is hitting my situation. Also, my daughter's birthday is 555. Interesting to note that this is the number 11. 1 and 1. Makes me think of these two pillars in the background here. Let's continue. And by the way, this justice could be that by her entering into this field, doing the gymnastics and the martial arts, this could not only help to kind of balance out any unresolved emotions that may be present, but also give her a sense of discipline and maturity, and also give her a structure of thinking so that she can go through life's challenges with an internal check, right? See, a lot of young folks don't have that. They don't have that. So it's difficult for some people to process right versus wrong because they don't have an internal system. It seems like through this endeavor, she'll start to naturally develop an internal system of knowing how to process right from wrong. Society Eject says, LOL, I've been struggling on what fundamentals to start her on, bro. Written in clay, good night. One more. 4 of Pentacles. The 4 of Pentacles has its energy of the sun in Capricorn. Another earth sign. And what I'm thinking from this is that this might actually have some long-term effects. We've got the double major arcana. This is a karmic influence. It very well may be that what she learns while going through these trainings is going to be something that's going to impact her development to the point that she may find her calling through this. That doesn't mean her calling is going to be gymnastics or martial arts, but through the structure, through the inner structure, through the mental structure that she's going to start developing through this, it's almost as if you're going to be setting her up for success in the future. I mean, you can't go wrong with helping a child to learn discipline at an early age. Said Eject says Capricorn shows up in my chart 5 times. In other words, you probably decided quite a while ago that what you're entering her into is going to be good for her development. I think you already know that. And I think this reading kind of echoes that. Most certainly. Let me know what you think so far. Let me know how this sounds to you so far. Jeez Louise. We're going on 5 hours? That is wild. What time is it? 1 o'clock. That is amazing. Amazing. Well, let me know how that sounds, Society Ejects. Cheese and rice. Goodness gracious. Society just says Travis Magus accurate. She's definitely mature and her personality is developing like crazy. It's scary. You know you have a child. Yeah. It's funny because even though even I still get kind of stuck in thinking that my child is still a baby, but you know, he often shows me that he's older than, or I should say more developed than I might give him credit for. I was showing him, he was here for spring break. I was kind of showing him about Tree of Life. I got a little bit frustrated because I thought he wasn't listening. So we stopped. And then later on, I just randomly asked him about it. And he, without looking at the picture, he remembered where the sun was, where the moon was, where Mars was on the tree. I was surprised. Enchanted Cottage says, that's so cool. How old is he? He's 8. Oy vey. Jeez Louise. I swear, this has got to be the most difficult time to be a child. I would not want to be born as a kid in this age. I tell you what. This version of Earth sucks. However, I will follow the advice and direction of the goddess that I'm working with right now, and she says, focus on what you intend to create, not what is causing you trouble. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oy vey. Muslim322 says, evening, how many after the evening, how many more readings you have in the queue? I'm actually wrapping up here. I'm actually finishing up here. Sankofa Sound, peace. Sankofa Sound says, my kids have a ball, my G. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I certainly, I mean, you know, making kids is fun and raising babies is fun, but I don't think I'm going to do that past this point. That's for damn sure. I would not want to induce any unnecessary suffering into this world. Side Ezek says, my pullout game is not that strong. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. right. Well, we have gone on for quite a time. Special shout out to all of you who have been here from the beginning of this video and also from the beginning of me doing this. I appreciate you. Sincerely, I appreciate you, and I thank you for being a part of this journey. I thank you for being a friend of mine, because as I said before, this journey gets a bit lonely, a bit weird, right? But it's always nice to know that you're not the only one on this planet. It's always nice to have a bit of an exchange of ideas, of comments, of support, right? Sometimes it's simply support. Just having somebody to talk to and you know, share ideas with. Sometimes that's enough to keep going. So I appreciate you. I thank you. Keep refining yourselves, keep receiving and translating and transmitting, and let us create the world in our image, right? And if you're tired of accepting what's been given to you, well, stop participating in it. Stop participating in it. Create your own. Just because somebody's panicking and telling you about the Illuminati and Bill Gates buying up gardens and all the other shit that people are scared of, you don't have to take part in that. There's a million things on the internet to watch. Why not focus on what you hope to bring into manifestation instead of participating in those other games? Right? Right? Patchwork says, absolutely, my dude. You're one of the few people I've come across on the internet that actually knows what he's talking about when it comes to this subject. Thank you. And I agree with you. I agree with you. I'd love for there to be a lot more, but it's just the time that we're in right now. That's all. It's just the time that we're in. I'm positive that some of y'all will start making, you know, videos and stuff like that. Society Eject says, y'all, the night before the eclipse, I had crazy dreams. I went through all my childhood trauma and couldn't wake up. Now that sounds intense. All right, well, yeah. Keep hope alive. Focus on the reality that you wish to manifest, not the reality that you've been given. It's a real slick trap. It's a real slick trap, ain't it? When you cut on your social media and you see all the negative because people are trying to spread awareness and you buy into it, not realizing that you're perpetuating it. You're continuing its manifestation because you accept it as a reality. You're accepting it. Oh my God, they're eating adrenochrome and drinking blood. Like you've literally swallowed it and now it's become a part of you, right? Or you could be focusing on what you want. Worried about Palestine, but you're not paying attention to what's happening within your own house. How ridiculous is that? What did Diddy say? Diddy said we were like brothers, tickling and wrestling under covers. Right? You accept that. Don't accept that. Don't accept that. Patchwork says a lot of it is just fear-mongering. I'd rather not be a part of the problems anymore. Exactly, right? And it's maturity when you accept that you don't have to be. You can make your own. And when you when you separate from that nonsense, you find that your life almost immediately starts getting better. Here's what I learned. Y'all ever smoked a Black and Mild? Yeah, Black and Mild. I used to smoke Black and Milds. And what I learned was that I did a study that said as soon as you stop, as soon as you quit, your lips and your skin immediately starts improving within 24 hours. MC Master said, I smoked it when I was down bad. Yeah. It said that when you quit, it doesn't take long for your body to start repairing itself. Like within 24 hours, your skin starts to repair itself. Same thing with this nonsense. When you stop smoking the nonsense about whatever disaster or conspiracy theory they're talking about that literally has nothing to do with you, really. When you stop smoking that stuff, you and your mentality start to improve. And I've been tracking myself also. What I find is that when I stop consuming that stuff, Maestro said my lips were pitch black. My lips were pitch black for months. I'm telling you, man, it feels good in the moment, but in the long term, it ain't worth it. Anna Molly says it takes longer to do damage than to heal. Prince Cthulhu says I used to smoke green and milds. I ain't never heard of that before. But yeah, damn, what was I saying? Completely forgot. Anyways, you get the point. Thank you, Patchwork. Patchwork says, spent a lot of time with the whole conspiracy nonsense. I spent much of my life in fear and I hate it. Yeah, man. Like I said, I know exactly how you feel because I was there too. I was there too. And it don't do nothing for you. Nothing for you. It's a big ass internet, man. Identify what you want out of life and then figure out how to get it. Like it's that simple, but it's just you gotta. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. So with the dreams and stuff, what I noticed is that when I stop ingesting that kind of stuff for about 3 days or so, my mind stops dwelling on it consciously. But then it starts to resurface in my dreams, and then it starts to resurface like in that moment before I wake up. Like there's a time when I stop dreaming and I slowly start to wake up in my body. In that moment, it's kind of like a mix between imagination and dream. And I know that a lot of the stuff kind of pops up there. And what I thought was, you know, oh, it's a part of me. But no, what's happening is that it's purging itself from my subconscious. So you'll find that every now and then some of that stuff you used to consume so heavily, it'll pop up randomly. It's not calling you back. It's purging itself from your subconscious. So let it purge. Don't go rejuvenate it. Let it purge out of your system. And then once it does that final purge, it'll be so much easier to focus on the goal that you're focused on and not slip backwards. Patrick says, I ain't trying to manifest some 1984 bullshit. I want to live my life in peace. Exactly, brother. Exactly. Alchemy Gold says, the eclipse gave me the worst migraine. Purging. Lance Benefield says, the day after the eclipse, everybody was so relaxed. I noticed that too. At least a few people in my physical world. I didn't know that school was out Monday. I would have kept my son longer. Make sure he didn't go outside to feed the black sun like the rest of the knuckleheads. Oops. All right, y'all. This was a beautiful read. I appreciate you. I thank you so much. And I hope to see you again very soon. Namely tomorrow. All right, play a little bit of Fortnite, and I'm gonna get me some sleep. Y'all have a good night. Amar says, not gonna lie, I felt hella energy on the eclipse, Super Saiyan type. What's good, Amar? Peace, peace. I was chilling like a villain. chilling like a villain. All right, y'all. I sincerely appreciate you every single time. That's why I keep saying it, because it's true. I mean, obviously, if I keep repeating it, it must be true. All right. From my unicorn fur to yours, have a great rest of your evening. And you'll find with every breath that you inhale, you start to remember exactly why life is so pleasant for you. And with every exhale, you start to remember exactly why you love yourself. Even when you blink your eyes so easily, you'll notice that everything that you see is what you want to see. It's what you've been working for. It's what you've built. And you're going to sit back with a deep breath and say to yourself, this is good. All right. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Love you all. Peace. Animali, I'm pretty sure you have unicorn fur.
Bobby! Give me some questions. So in so many words, the point I'm trying to make here is this. I'm saying this to say this. The white boy ain't write the Reevaluating. He ain't write the Book of the Dead. He ain't write the Tibetan Book of the Dead. He ain't write the Ethiopian Book of the Dead. He ain't write Hesiod's Theogony. He ain't write the Lua Elish. Y'all all right? The triple blackness of space, chaos. That's your melanin. You got 72 motherfuckers in your head. We gotta break this down to the Schlitz malt liquor level. Even if you high, you can get this shit. What I'm saying here is this. The Reevaluating.
I remember when he first started talking, when I first heard him talk about the Reevaluating, I thought it was like a character or I went looking for Rick Vader. Who is Rick Vader? Sounds so mysterious and dark.
The Reevaluating. Set on, Satan, black, melanin. That's your melanin. Jesus. Get yourself some of that, Three Sisters. I'm going ahead of myself.
Peace, family. Enjoy.